Hello, everyone. Thank you for joining us this evening. We're going to make a money jar, and this will wrap up our manifestation and abundance series that we've had. How are you this evening? Got a little rain where I'm at, but it's all good. Hi, Alki. How are you this evening? Thanks for joining us. Hi, Kiki. Thanks for joining us. We're waiting on the salty crone and the Celtic raven. They had to eat dinner, so they might be a few minutes late. But we really enjoy you guys. We enjoy the energy that you guys put up. There's the Celtic raven now.
Yep. Salty Crone's having technical difficulties.
We are going to do money rice and witchcraft. And we're going to do a money jar from the money rice. But the reason why I chose to put the money rice in it, because the other 2 weeks ago when we tried to do the money rice video, there was a bad storm in the area and it chopped up the video. So rather than us redoing it, we're just going to kind of reiterate how to make the rice a little bit, a couple slides, and then after that it's how to do a money jar. So that way we don't have to re-record it and repost it out to you guys afterwards. Hi, Celtic Raven. How are you this evening?
Good. I'm good.
Waiting on a few people to join, and then we're going to go ahead and start.
Okay. I know she's having some technical difficulties.
The salty crone's having technical difficulties.
Yippers.
I'm sorry to hear that. I got a storm in the area again. Must be something with money rice and storms with me. So I'm hoping the internet doesn't mess up this time. Because I figured that we can do kind of reiterate the money rice in this one rather than us redoing the whole video for the other one. Hi, Mari. Thanks for joining us this evening.
Welcome.
Welcome, welcome, welcome. You guys like, share, let your friends know we're on. If you have any witch friends. I don't know what it's like to have technical difficulties.
I'm trying to get Okay, I'm connected to TikTok. She's connected to TikTok.
Okay.
She's connected to TikTok.
Okay. I'm just waiting for her to join. There she is. I sent an invite to her.
There we go.
So you're good.
Okay.
Yeah,
Finally
I
got
was
that
telling
settled.
everybody who was joining us that one of the reasons why I put the money rice in the memes tonight is because when we did the money rice video, it chopped up so bad. Rather than re-recording it, we can just kind of reiterate it in this one. And I'll post the memes this week like I did with the Lion's Gate ritual.
All right. Well, I'm just going to grab me a jar
Okay.
or a sachet, maybe. Are you going to do a jar?
I feel like if I put it in a sachet and I throw it in like my purse or whatever.
Hi, Bubbles. Thanks for joining us this evening.
May make my whole purse smell better. And Appalachian in Philly joined. Hello. Nice to
Hello.
have you with us tonight. I'm going to get a sachet now out of my little stash of interesting things. I'm going to get a small one. So,
She has a lot of them.
yeah, I've got a lot of these little bitty bags like this, little organza bags. And this is a really small one because I want to make something to go in my purse. So I'm going to put my mini rice in my purse, and I just cleared all of this off and got a new tablecloth put on.
Alky's here tonight.
Well, hi. Welcome to Alchemistic. Glad to have you.
I'm probably gonna have to make a sachet if it goes in my purse.
Well, I sure wouldn't make a jar. That would be interesting when you go into work with your see-through purse to have a jar spell in there. You might
That
have
goes
some
for well.
explaining to do.
I
You
do.
see, you got some
Yeah, you
explaining
knew
to
exactly
do.
what I was talking about because you're old enough to know.
I love Lucy. I've watched it. My grandmother used to.
Uh-huh. See, now she's saying her grandmother used it. Yep.
Yeah.
My mom and dad used to watch
I
it
watched it at
too.
my grandmother's house.
Yeah, I watched that with my mom and dad, and um, most of it in rerun form because, I was too young for when it actually
Actually
aired.
came out.
Surprise! Yeah, I really was. So,
Everybody knows the I Love Lucy show. I'm not sure about the
well,
younger
almost everybody.
generation, but
They're kind of like, who's that?
I know.
That's
Lucille
is that from the
Ball.
1900s? That's what I always hear.
That's what I get told that I was born in because I'm I'm a '90s baby.
Yeah. Then my daughter will always
Hi,
go.
Pam. Thanks for joining us.
My daughter will always say, "Is that from the 1900s?" I guess if you want to put it that way, yes. Well, I don't know that because I'm too young. Okay, Miss Thing. No.
What do you need to fix it?
I need to find a jar of money rice that we just made.
I'm grabbing your phone.
Where did it go? It got moved off the table.
Yeah, when you make it, you usually make a bigger batch. So that way you can use it for a couple different things. And we'll go over a couple different things you can use it for tonight.
Will you put it in a jar? Is it down there?
Put it in a sachet. It's also known as a mojo or a greasy bag. A greasy bag.
That stuff hasn't been touched.
What up here?
No, this, I just went through all of this. Right there. Right in front of you. It was right in front of that snake.
Yeah.
The one that would have bit her.
Yep.
Right there in front of her.
Alright.
So since my stuff is pretty much put together from the money bowl, I'm just going to use the
You want the
ingredients
salt
that I already
too?
have. Yes.
Yeah.
I'm just going to use the ingredients that I already have instead of making more. And I've got all the ingredients in the money rice, actually, in my money salt, I believe it is. So I'm going to be doing that. All right. So are we getting ready to talk about money rice and witchcraft?
Yes.
Well, actually, we're just reviewing money rice tonight. I'm sure Carolyn already told you, because for those of you that were here before, we already did the money rice, as you know. So she had bad storms at her house when we filmed this, and
Which
we
she's
couldn't put it
got
on.
storms at her house now.
Yeah, so we're really hoping that we don't have a repeat
Yeah.
of last week.
Yeah.
When Audrey and I didn't know what was going on, and we didn't even know if we were on camera or not anymore because yours was down. So I wasn't sure how that worked. So we're going to
Hi,
try
Mondo.
to.
Thanks for joining us.
Who joined us?
Oh, somebody.
Mondo. I can't say the last
Mondo.
name. I'm sorry,
Mondo
Mondo.
somebody.
Oh, because I can't see it on my end.
Well, you could. No, you can't. I can't see all of them either. Sometimes I can and sometimes I can't. Oh, God, my hair looks atrocious. Sorry. It really does. I hate looking at myself on camera because it is just. I used to have such beautiful hair.
Yes, you did. I used to love
If I
playing
flip
in
my
that.
camera around, I look like a mouse. So we're not doing that tonight.
Well,
My
that's
3-year-old
what I
granddaughter stay with
look
my
like.
phone.
Yeah, the both of us kind of have this
Yeah, I
whole
look
thing
like a
going
salty
on.
crone, is what I look like.
Oh,
With very short hair.
we got this whole thing growing on. My sides are growing back in, and they are not growing in right.
Well, they're not growing in straight down, that's for sure, but
No, like
straight
there's
out
parts
from your head like my hair is.
Yeah, there's parts in the backpack where like I
'Cause
still have very bald spots.
this shit stands up all by itself, guys. I mean, I don't put a curling iron, I don't do nothing to it. It just does this. So I've got, I guess, a lot of body to my hair, to say the least, since
Yep.
it's grown back. But yeah, it's pretty crazy, and it does what it wants to do. So
Yeah, after cancer, your hair grows back different.
it does, and apparently different is growing straight out from my head in every direction.
It
And
won't be
curling up
long
in the
till it's as
back like
long
a
as it
baby
used
doll.
to
So
be.
yeah. So it's doing
I wish
strange
mine would
things.
curl. I do wish mine would curl, but my hair is
Everybody
so
who has
naturally
straight hair wishes their hair would curl.
Yeah.
And everybody who has curly
Curly
hair
hair
wishes
wants it
their hair
straight.
would be straight.
Yeah, like
Yes.
Sable, my granddaughter, has really curly hair, and she's like, I want it straightened.
I used to flat iron my hair. It would take forever. And it would last for days, but then I didn't live in Florida and I moved here and it was just, instant frizz, especially if you go down by the beach, because I'm really close to the ocean. So if we go, about
20 minutes.
10, 15, 20 minutes, depends on which way you drive, out to the beach, then it's all salty out there. Very salty air.
Yeah.
Very, very. And it just frizzes up like nobody's business.
We want to thank you guys for all the views on the videos, the memes that we put out, and thank you for all the likes that you put on it and all the saves. We appreciate it.
And the reposting, if you guys are reposting, we
Yes,
really
the
do appreciate
reposting.
it.
Absolutely.
And then
I'm
we're
going to
welcome to
send
repost
Whitney an
anything that we put
invite
out.
here. And
We just like to educate people.
There's a bunch of trash on the truck and outside, like water bottles.
I'll look at
Somebody
it.
clean that up.
so I sent an invite to Miss Whitney to see if she can join us for the
Okay.
Black Magic tonight. I have not spoken with her this week, so I do not know if she is available tonight or not. But we'll give it a try.
Okay.
And I didn't see Rebecca on there.
Yeah, I didn't see Rebecca. I think I showed her a message. I don't remember.
She was on earlier today, but I did not see her tonight.
Do I need to grab another spoon for?
You can share a spoon. Share pretty much everything
I love
else.
wish spoons.
I do
They're
too.
perfect size. You know that?
They really are.
They're not
Why is
quite
it
a
shaped like an
teaspoon and they're
acorn at
not
the
quite a
bottom?
tablespoon.
It is. It's very cute. It
Yep.
is shaped like an acorn at the bottom. And
Mine
it
has a
has this
dragonfly.
odd little design up here, which I think might be supposed to be a tree. I don't know exactly if that's really supposed to be a tree or not,
I
but
don't know.
it's interesting, whatever it is.
Yeah, my daughter got mine for Christmas for me, and I got a dragonfly on mine.
Ooh, that's pretty. I like it.
Thank you.
I saw one with a star. It was but not just a star. It was a starfish actually on it,
Wow.
which I thought was cool. I almost bought that too.
Why did you flinch? You know I want to hurt you, crazy doll.
Yes, my familiar puppy Brutus coming over to see what witchcraft Mama's cooking up.
Yep.
Yeah,
He's got to know. He's got to be in the know.
always, always.
What? I ain't got nothing.
So I don't know about you, but I have been putting new fresh candles and incense in my money bowl and relighting it every night.
Yes.
I figured I would do that for a week at least.
Hi, Inkborn Dragonblood. Thanks for joining us this evening. Yeah, I put a new candle in my money bowl. I put change in my money bowl today that I got from the grocery store. So I'm putting money in it as we go along, like we're supposed to, even if there's some change. It's a start.
These doctors.
They took all my money at the grocery store.
Yeah, no kidding.
These doctors are pretty well.
Oh, good. Glad to hear it.
And you can make a money bowl, or you can have a money bowl, not really a money bowl, but a sachet, and take it to work and put it on your desk. You can put a jar on your desk. People might ask what it's for, and then you might have an issue with that.
Just smile surreptitiously at him and scare the living daylights out of him. No, not really.
But for those of you that own a business, you can actually make a money bowl and put it into your business.
Oh, yeah. Chinese people do it all the time.
Yeah.
You'll see them at Chinese food restaurants all the time. They'll have a money bowl sitting there.
Yeah, they'll normally be on the register. It's
Yep, right on the
Seinfeld.
register with the lucky kitty and a money frog usually.
Yep.
Yep. They don't make any bones about it. They openly put that out there. It's just not looked at as witchcraft per se, but just, part of their culture.
Yep.
And I think it could be just part of our culture as well. So why not? Um, I don't make any apologies for what I do.
No, never. That's who I am. Take it or leave it.
But at work, there might be some, if you're not working in a Chinese restaurant, there might be some
HR
restrictions about
issues.
burning things at the
Yeah.
office. So
The Gregory
no
bag,
candles or
sachet
incense.
bag,
Yeah,
mojo bag, whatever you want to call it, it's all the
exactly.
same thing, guys. Just to let you know.
It's
Those
all for
three
the
things
same
are the
purpose.
same. It's all the same process and everything else. It's just a different name and different
Right.
religions.
Yeah. It's for the same purpose, just a different delivery mechanism, you know?
Yep.
So we have been manifesting abundance here. I wanted to report that I've already had one thing that I manifested come to be. So
Wow. Great.
that's,
Can you go
yeah,
out?
and I needed it too. The money to fix my truck.
Can you go out?
Yep.
I asked for $1,000 when I was making the money salt. I wrote it on my bay leaf in money drawing oil, and I didn't know what to write, and I just wrote $1,000. I didn't even know what I was writing it for. And then my truck breaks down, and the guy comes out and does an estimate and said, "Yeah, this is going to be about $1,000." So I'm like, ah,
You gotta love that,
okay.
don't you? That's like the $5,000 that I manifested. It was a computer mistake.
Yeah,
And they will let us keep it. I was like, okay.
yeah, that works.
So it works. It
So
really
mine was,
does.
unlike yours, mine was here and gone at no
Oh no,
time
mine was
because
gone. I had to pay bills with it.
yeah. So yeah, it was here and gone, but it did come, and that's the whole point, is that I asked for it and I received it. So I know it works. I know this process has worked. I've done many simmer pops before that have been successful. So I know the magic works if you believe in it. If
Have
you
faith
don't, then
and just let it
it's
go to the universe and don't look back. Don't
right.
worry about it. Just let it go. And let the
It's like
universe
any
take
other
care of it.
kind of prayer. It's just like you heard about prayer growing up. If you grew up in a Christian church, I know many of us did, you'd hear a lot about, don't pray for the same thing over and over and over and over again.
Mm-hmm.
God hears you the first time.
Yep.
If you believe that your prayers will be answered, they will.
Yep.
Okay, well, it's the same thing. It's the same principle. So it's just a different type of doing it. And we
Yep.
call them by different names, but it has the same general purpose.
Yes.
We're asking something bigger than us for a favor or for something in exchange. And so we have to ask with faith. It doesn't matter what kind of faith you have. It could be Christian based, it could be pagan, it could be Hindu, it could be some kind of indigenous, it could be anything. It doesn't matter.
Mm-hmm.
What's important is that you believe in what you're doing. If you don't believe it, you can't expect anyone else to believe it either.
Correct.
So that's the takeaway there, is just have faith that what you're doing is going to have results.
Yes.
And those results are coming. They may not be immediate, but if you are patient, then they are coming.
You have to trust in the God that you're praying to
Good things
and
come to
have
those
faith.
who wait. Yes, exactly. Whatever God that is does not matter, as long as you have faith in what it is that you're praying to. So, do you want to get started going over
Yes.
money rice and witchcraft?
Yes. Let's do money, rice, and witchcraft tonight.
Okay.
A guide to creating prosperity rice for abundance and wealth.
Okay, I'm going to scoot this over so that Audrey and I can both see this at the same time, even though she doesn't have her camera on.
Phase 1, grounding and preparation, grounding and physical preparation. Number 1, color the rice. Place the raw rice in a bowl or a bag and add your green food coloring or matcha, mixing thoroughly until the color is even and vibrant.
Okay, what I did there when I made mine was I put it all in a big, like a gallon plastic bag. You can get a smaller one, it won't take a gallon. But that's what we had. And I just added the ingredients and mixed it up in that. It worked really well. It's kind of like shake and bake, if you're.
I was going to say, you know what that is.
It's a lot like that. Yeah.
Number 2, dry the rice. Spread the colored rice flat onto a plate or parchment paper. Allow it to dry completely. A few hours or overnight. Prevent molding.
The foundation of prosperity rice. The core. A spiritual tool deeply rooted in witchcraft and folk magic, frequently referred to as prosperity rice or lucky rice. The purpose. Crafted with intention to actively attract wealth, abundance, and long-term financial stability. The rule. Made with raw, uncooked, designed strictly for energetic spell work, never intended for consumption.
Now, having said that, there's nothing in this that is not food safe. All right.
Yes.
We didn't use any ingredients that were not food safe. Nothing in there is poisonous. Nothing in there would hurt you if it was accidentally ingested by a pet or your child. So you don't have to worry about any of that. All right. Formulating the spell, the alchemy of ingredients. The base, raw rice, represents sustenance, continuity, and a steady growth of wealth. The shield, salt, forms an energetic barrier to prevent financial loss. The amplifiers, prosperity herbs, basil, bay, and rosemary, layer specific prosperity intentions. And the anchor, coins. This grounds the spiritual intention into the physical realm of tangible wealth.
Oh, dual nature of spell work, the physical action, the touching of the raw materials, the layering of herbs and salt, the blending and mixture in the vessel. The energetic activation, directing the personal frequency, assigning specific intentions to each layer, charging the materials with focused thought.
Prosperity herbs and their magical uses. Cinnamon, magical uses. Draw wealth and speed to manifestations, quick money, passion, and motivation for financial goals. Basil, magical uses. Attracts money and success, peace, protection, and finances, good luck, and positive energy. Bay leaves, magical uses. Manifestation and granting wishes, clarity in financial decisions, decision purification, warding off negativity. Rosemary, magical uses. Mental clarity and focus for financial planning, protection from financial harm, good luck, and purification. Salt, magical uses, grounding and stabilizing financial energy, purification and the removal of obstacles, protection, and preservation of wealth.
Phase 1, grounding and physical preparation. Set your intention. Before you begin, find a quiet space to ground and reflect your intentions. Reflect on your specific financial goals. This ensures your energy aligns with your wish to attract. Sorry.
Yeah, no, I'm pulling it too.
Do you want me to continue?
Yep.
Steps 2 and 3, mixing and visualizing. The physical. Step 2, mix gently with your hands. This interaction allows you to transfer your energy into the rice. You can also just do this in a little mixing bowl too.
Mm-hmm.
And step 3, as you mix, keep your mind strictly on your financial goals and visualize your intentions coming true. Now for the small print, optional, you may add 1 to 2 drops of essential oil during this stage to further boost the energetic focus. Believe me, if you keep it to 1 to 2 drops, even 3 to 4, it is not going to be difficult to dry. It will dry out.
Okay, step 1, combine your ingredients. Bring together your foundational elements into a singular vessel. Add the prepared green rice, prosperity herbs, salt, and anchoring coins. If you'll notice, you see the rice and salt, your coins go in, your herbs go in, and the little fine print. Mindfully place each ingredient, acknowledge its specific purpose as it enters the bowl.
Now remember, the purposes were on the slides preceding, so that's all there for you. All you have to do is go back to the other slide and add it in,
Phase 2, the energetic activation and sealing. Number 4, combine the components. Transfer the completely dried rice to your final jar or bowl. Then mindfully add the following components one by one, focusing on your intention with each layer. Rice, as the base of your jar, it symbolizes the foundation of wealth, abundance, and continuous growth. Salt, sprinkle a layer of purification and protection and preservation of your wealth. Basil, add a layer to attract money, success, and positive energy. Bay leaves, place several whole leaves for the manifestation, clarity, and granting financial wishes. Rosemary, add a pinch of mental clarity, focus, and protection from financial harm. Cinnamon, place a stick or sprinkle ground cinnamon for drawing in wealth quickly and adding passion to your goals. Coins, finally place your chosen coin representing a C for wealth directly on top of the layers. Sorry, that kept throwing me.
So if you're making a jar right now, then, or in the future, you can go ahead and add your layers like that. But when you do your bay leaf, remember, you can always write your manifestation on your bay leaf with essential oil. You just get a toothpick, dip it right in there. Or I got the end of my incense stick, actually, that was already burned. And
oh, that's right. You can find the toothpick.
Yeah, so I just used the end of the incense. And I just wrote right on there what I wanted. So
Seal the spell.
go ahead and do that if you want to. All right. Are we sealing the spell?
Yep. To finalize the charging process, anchor your intentions physically. Write your specific financial intention on a piece of paper. 1. 2. Fold the paper towards you to symbolize bringing in wealth. When you want to bring something in, it's towards you. When you want to banish it or get rid of it, it's away from you. Place your folded intention paper securely inside the jar or bowl with your rice. Integrating the magic
I can
where...
read it if you want.
Oh, I got it.
Okay.
Where to place your rice. The altar. Money bowl. Keep a primary jar on your altar or near the main entrance to serve as a permanent energetic anchor for your household. The threshold. Sprinkle lightly across the doorways, window seals to actively invite prosperity inside while protecting against financial drain. Next, your wallet or your purse. Add a small pinch to your daily carry to attract immediate circulating money wherever you go. Spell jars and mojo bags. Utilize the charged mixture as a highly potent base ingredient for more complex spell work. So you can actually take and put them in bags, take it outside of your home, or you can put it on your altar and your threshold as well. I'll let you read that one.
Okay. Deploying your energetic anchor. The altar many bowl. Keep the primary jar central on a spiritual altar or main entrance to serve as a permanent, continuous energetic anchor. The wallet. Keep a small pinch inside your purse or daily carry to attract immediate daily financial flow. The threshold. Sprinkle a small amount across doorways to invite prosperity inside while protecting against financial drain.
The true catalyst is you. Mindful handling plus focus energy equals the ritual. The preparation process is not a prerequisite to the ritual.
Just used one, but you
It
used
is
two.
it is the ritual. Take your time with every single step. Handle the ingredients mindfully and trust your intentions. Your focused energy is what actually powers the practice.
Okay, if you see on the screen down there, the Celtic Raven is putting together her bag right now. And we've made sachets, and we took leftover money rice and money salt that we'd made, and we put them together in these tiny little bags that I showed you earlier. And they smell wonderful. And I'm going to put this in my purse. Hopefully it's going to make my whole purse smell wonderful. Hello, Jasmine B. Thank you for joining us. And I'm going to keep this on me to hopefully bring some even more abundance into my life. I'm going to tie a good knot in the top to make sure that it doesn't come out.
And there's your little bag.
Yeah.
And you can carry that in your wallet, you can carry that in your pocketbook, you can put it in your pocket, your bra.
Right.
Let's face it, we put crystals and stuff in our bra, okay?
You
You
know,
can put that in there.
I'm not a fan of putting crystals in my bra, but I know other people do. I
I've
know
done
that
it.
some other people do.
Yeah. I have at least two I carry at all times.
I've kind of always been like the princess and the pea.
Mm-hmm.
So if anything's lumpy or bumpy on me anywhere, I can feel it.
Yeah.
So I don't tend to put things in my bra for that reason, because that's all I feel all day long.
Sometimes when I don't have a pocket and I don't want to carry my purse, the bra is where it goes.
I always carry my purse. That's why I just can't stand putting things in there.
Phone goes there.
Yeah, she could carry her groceries in her bra.
Thanks.
True.
You know what?
At least one bag.
But like I said, you can take these little sachets anywhere. That's what they're for. They're mobile.
And the jars are great. The nice thing about jar spells is, well, for one thing, you got a lid on it. So you don't really have to worry about it getting spilled or the cat knocking it over or the kids getting into it or anything like that. especially if you seal it with wax. And you can do that if you want to. But you can also leave it open if you want to feed your jar like you would a money bowl. You can do that too.
Which we'll probably end up having to make some more money rice, money salt, eventually.
Yeah. But
Green
for
or
now,
white
that's good. And we need to
candle
label it too.
in order to seal the top of your jar is what you would use.
Right.
Green stands for money, white is for anything if you don't have a green one.
Green or gold. You can
Yep,
use gold
gold.
for wealth too. But that works for prosperity as well. So either one, whatever you have, or a golden yellow, not yellow, if you have like a darker yellow, but I'd really rather go with a gold candle. The Black Cat's Magic makes gold candles that are wonderful. And they're gold all the way through, not just on the outside, like so many of the gold candles that we find are simply gold colored on the outside. They're not really a gold candle. But she makes hers with mica powder, and they're gold all the way through, and they melt all the way down. They're very nice. She is usually on here. She just started a new job, and then perhaps that's why she's not with us tonight. I'm not sure. But you can find her stuff on A Black Cat's Magic, and she has a website. She's also on Facebook. And, I can't, sorry, I wasn't supposed to say that word. She's
name
on
is
other,
Whitney.
yes, her name is Whitney Leggett, or A Black Cat's Magic, and she's on other platforms as well as TikTok. So, and she's often on TikTok with crystals. And if you've caught her lives, she has wonderful lives and gives away crystals and all kinds of stuff. So check her out sometimes and see what she's got to offer.
Her silver candles also burn straight through silver.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, she makes silver ones too. In fact, she makes all her own candles. Oh, this one doesn't even really. No, she makes all her own candles. So everything is made with intent. Well, it said she's a real witch, so we know her. She's in our coven, and we trust her products completely. Mm-hmm.
Yep. No bad stuff,
So,
bad juju in it.
no.
So we'll just take that with that. That is good.
No, not at all. So
very intention oriented.
Yep, real witch products made by a real witch. So that's what we like, not just people trying to make a buck off of us that don't believe what we do. So,
yeah,
and that's a lot of it, frankly, out there.
Her thing is that witchcraft items should not cost you an arm and a leg.
Exactly.
That's her motto.
Yeah. And she's very reasonable, extremely reasonable, always priced under everybody else. So that's why I brought this up to you guys, so that if you, hi JL, thank you for joining us. So that if you ever need any witchcraft products that you can't make yourself or don't know how or just don't have the time, there's a lot of us that don't have the time or the energy. Whitney's got a lot of energy. she got more energy than most people I know. And so she makes and stocks her own stuff. And she also has low cost crystals for sale. She ethically sources all of her products before she sells them. She knows where everything is made and by whom. So
where it comes from. The country of origin.
Yeah. She's very careful about stuff like that. It's really important to her. And it's important to us. So I'm glad that that she's a part of our membership. And I encourage everyone to check her out and check out her products. Like I said, she's right here on TikTok on A Black Cat's Magic. And you can find a link to her store on that. And she, like I said, she sells stuff right on TikTok. So, so that was Money Rice. And it's really that easy. I mean, it's very, very simple to do, very quick. It doesn't take very long at all. Of course, I wasn't making it tonight. That's on the other video. But even though it really didn't take much time when we did make it.
No, it
Yeah.
It
didn't.
was pretty fast.
Yeah, it was pretty quick. I think the time it took is when you leave it out to, dry.
Dry.
Yeah.
That was the
Yeah.
only
We
time.
left it out
Don't use
overnight.
food
Yeah.
Yeah, we
coloring.
did.
We don't
Yeah.
use food coloring because that's an artificial product. We like ours to be natural. That's why we use
Right.
matcha.
Right. So it doesn't have
Matcha
any.
green tea is what we use.
Yeah. Yeah. I literally got tea bags and opened them up. I know Carolyn got chamomile tea bags and used them when we
Money bowl.
did the money bowl last week. So we frequently just source things from wherever we can get it, right in our pantries. We have so many herbs in our pantries that we don't think about that have witchcraft purposes.
I actually have to go through our pantry and make sure that I'm not tripled up on certain things because
There's stuff that's hiding back there.
Yeah,
And you find out you
I
have
to go through it.
like 3 things of ground cinnamon, or I have like tons of allspice for some reason. I do not know why.
Well, it's gonna work because fall time. I bring out the pumpkin bread, which I cannot wait to start making.
Yeah, I know, but we had all that allspice before you ever got here.
I know.
So
but
it's just like, do we have allspice? I don't know. I'll just pick some up. So we always use it.
But yeah, no, I can't wait for fall time of the year is when I start doing my baking. I make my pumpkin bread and my cookies. She likes my sugar cookies because I don't make them.
They're not super sweet.
Yeah, I don't make them super sweet. And it's actually funny because it's my mom's recipe. And she was diabetic. So, she found ways to bake.
What did I say they were like? They were
more
like
a shortbread.
Yes. Yeah, they're like a shortbread. Mm-hmm. Really good.
Yeah, I actually wanted to make peanut butter cookies today. I think I might do that tomorrow.
I actually found a recipe today for enchanted cookies. Putting your intention
send
into
that my
your
way,
cookies
would
and
you?
you make them.
Please.
Send it my way,
Sounds
would you?
good.
Because I want
I
to make
will send it
peanut
your
butter
way.
cookies.
Matter of fact, I'll post it sometime this week to TikTok, and that way you guys can actually see it. But yeah, it's putting intention into making your cookies.
Because I love to bake, so anything that's magical while I'm baking is.
It's
right
so
up my alley.
easy to mix cooking and witchcraft.
Yes.
So easy.
Yes.
I mean, what is a spell if not a recipe?
Right.
And vice versa. That's just a recipe for magic instead of a recipe for pot roast,
Yep.
But see, you can make your pot roast even.
You can make your pot roast magical. Look what you put in pot roast. You put all those herbs and spices in there and stuff.
Salt.
And every time you add something when you're cooking, you can think about the intention that particular herb or spice carries with it. And just mindfully add it in there and say, salt for protection or what. It can be a short and easy like that, or it can be salt, please protect my family from food poisoning, or whatever you want to say when you're cooking. I don't know, but whatever your intention is that you want, so you can add that. And with everything that you put in, have an intention for it. Have a reason why you're adding that besides just the taste. You can cook all sorts of things into your food that way.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely.
Pepper speeds up your spell or your cooking intention. So it's whatever intention you put into it, it speeds it up.
We have 4 jars. We have 4 things of pepper.
I know. How is it that we have so much pepper? And everybody's always, we're out of pepper. And I'm like, no, we aren't. We are not out of pepper.
No, there was a couple of seasonings over at BJ's I do want to try though. So I'm just change up the rotation that we have.
I like the white pepper.
I like the white pepper.
Because we had a recipe that called for white pepper.
We need to pick up some white pepper.
And so I didn't have any white pepper per se, but I
had to pick out little kernels.
Tricolor, yes. I had the tricolored peppercorns, and I'm like, aha, I know what to do.
Yeah, so. And I was the one that was picking it out, which is fine. It's just because I was like, we don't have white peppercorns. She's like, yeah, we do. I was like, oh.
I knew that we had some somewhere in there. Everything is in there somewhere.
Yep.
I'm killing for a Sprite.
Yeah, we don't
You
have
would be
any.
surprised when you put your mind to it how many different ways you can come up with something if you don't have it on hand.
Oh, listen, that's the one thing I can tell you always about witchcraft. If you don't have it, you can every single time always improvise. Every single time.
Sure, there's always another
You,
herb or that you can use to substitute.
With the same intention, because
Yes,
it, every time.
absolutely. And they may not be
rosemary.
exactly the same, but if you look at like different protection herbs, things that are designed to protect, they don't all protect exactly the same. Some are blanket protection, but some are like protection for finances or protection for your home or whatever, you know. So be careful and read that fine print when you're doing those substitutions, but most of them will substitute out pretty equally for other things. You can find stuff that carries the same intention that you want.
Yes.
And rosemary covers anything.
Pretty much.
That's the one herb that you can use. It's like the white
Matter
candle.
what.
You can use for
I can't tell you how
anything.
many times I was like, I have rosemary. Wait, I don't have that herb, but I've got rosemary.
I
Yep.
know rosemary is really great. And I had a rosemary bush out front. It unfortunately died this past winter. It was really sad.
Aw.
Ron cut it down. I mean, I wanted to like burn it ceremonially or something. I don't even know what he did with it, but he just cut it down and got rid of it. And I'm like, I could have taken the rosemary off that and at least used it. But yeah, but it was pretty dried up, but it was bent and gnarled and twisted into the wildest configuration. It looked
We
more
had a
like
really
a
bad cold.
bonsai. Yeah.
Well, we had a really bad cold snap come through.
Yeah, we did.
And
It just
we
lasted
lost the
enough
hibiscus.
days.
We
Yeah.
lost the hibiscus too.
Great big old hibiscus.
The tortoise is not happy.
No, Torty's missed out on having hibiscus flowers all summer. She's been very sad.
She's a very spoiled tortie.
She is a spoiled Torty, but I love her.
She's the
Hello,
nicest one in this
MKJ.
house. She's the nicest one in the
Welcome.
house.
Yeah, probably. She's the least salty of all of us. I'll put it that way.
Yes.
That's because she doesn't talk.
Well, she always
Brutus
has.
moans and groans and does all that.
Yes, and Cedar
you
doesn't
know.
talk either, but he is a lot grumpier and saltier than Rio. Rio's
Uh-huh.
just always happy, unless she's inside too long. If she has to be inside for several days, then she gets grumpy, bumps her shell up against the enclosure, and tosses her food bowl around in there just to let us know that she's unhappy with the current state of affairs.
Yep.
Yeah, she's a character.
Yeah, then
Mine wants
the
to be
cats
over
are
4
pretty
o'clock in the morning.
spicy.
It wants to be fed.
So we are really come to the end of Money Rice. And in fact, we've come to an end of our whole series on abundance and manifestation and prosperity. So I hope you've enjoyed it because I know I sure have. And we've had a really good time bringing all these things to you and digging up all this information. And I hope that that you'll take these things and put them to use and make them work for you in your life too.
Yep.
But what we're going to do next is we're going to take a deep dive into the unknown. We're going to take a trip to the astral plane.
Yes.
And we're going to tell you all about the astral plane, what you can find there, how to travel, how to get back, how to avoid it maybe being seen on the astral plane. There's all kinds of things that you can do to protect yourself while you're there if you know what you're doing. And we're going to tell you about different layers and different realms of the astral plane, or what do they call it? Different, is it realms? Is that the right word?
Yeah, realms.
Okay.
We're going to deep dive into the history first. of the
Yeah.
astral plane. Because believe it or not, quite a few religions believe in it. The Judeo-Christian, but the Jewish, in their Kabbalah, they
Mm-hmm.
talk about traveling in your dreams in the
Right.
bridge.
The
Hindu,
Hindus, yeah, the
Muslim,
Greeks, the ancient Greeks did.
Greeks.
The ancient Romans, to a degree, believed in that as well. And there are a lot of indigenous peoples that also believe in traveling the astral plane. Mm,
It has different names, but it's the same thing.
exactly. It's the same concept, or similar enough that it's just different people's ways of understanding and describing it.
Now, I do have to say that science has not proven it, so technically they say it doesn't exist. But when you go and you dream and you go there, you know it exists.
I know it exists, that's for sure. I've been thinking for a long time about whether I wanted to come back. Well, hello, Angel Eyes. Nice to see you. Thank you for joining us. We have finished with money, rice, and witchcraft, and now we're just kind of doing witch talk and about what we'll be bringing in the future. We are also going to be talking about dreaming. We're going to be talking about different ways that you can interpret dreams. We're going to be talking about types of dreams, lucid dreams, nightmares, all kinds of stuff that involves dreaming. And so everything that involves the astral plane and dreams and soul connections, right? Carolyn has got really great stuff. I just looked at it today. It is tremendous about different ways that the souls travel in groups, soul connections, twin flames, soul mates, which is maybe not all of these are exactly what you thought they were all these years. They mean slightly different things than we thought that they did, just from the name.
Yep.
And soul groups of people that travel together for whatever their reason, karmic debts and things like that. So we'll be talking about all of that. And I'm really excited to bring it to you. It's going to be sliding right into the Samhain season. And in between that, we'll, of course, have Mabon. And our prep for Mabon, we'll have that as well. Because we never want to leave out a good festival.
Festival.
And, you know, we never want to pass up a Sabbath.
Witchfire.
Yeah, Witchfire is right.
You have
You're
to have
darn
witchfire
tootin'.
for that one.
My favorite.
Yeah, got to clean up the cauldron.
Cauldron's been cleaned up.
Cauldron's rusty.
The cauldron's been cleaned up. I've cleaned that cauldron up.
Well, it may be clean on the inside, but it is rusty on the outside. It is rusty dusty. So I got to get that scrubbed up with some steel wool and have that all shiny and ready to go when we have our next fire festival. So we'll be having the Mabon/autumn equinox coming up in September, and then at the end of October, of course, we will have Samhain, and then go right from there into our whole holiday season. And for witches, it really is a holiday season, isn't it?
Yes. Which is New Year on Samhain. That's my favorite holiday. Period.
I love
It's
it.
always
I
been
love
my
it.
favorite holiday ever since I was a kid.
Yeah, whether you call it Samhain or Halloween, doesn't matter. It's all the same thing. And we will be celebrating that with
We're trying to go. We're going to try to bring you some
with a ritual.
protection magic in October, as well as maybe adding a day and doing shadow work, because Karen and I are taking our course in order to get a coach's certification,
Right.
and it'll be done by then.
I've been doing shadow work on my own for many years.
Me too.
Many. But I don't have a certification for coaching other people. And we thought it would be cool to do that, so that it's all on the up and up.
Yeah.
That will be a little bit different and a little more private for necessity's sake. But
Ideas around about that. We'll come back with that later.
yeah, so we've got that coming up too. We're gonna think about adding in another live every week.
Yep.
We're not sure exactly what we're gonna do yet,
If you
but
guys want us to join your lives, if you would send me a comment, not a comment, but
oh yeah, both
a
of us,
message
any
on
of us.
that you're going to go live and you would like us to be on there, let us know and we can try to accommodate you. Because two people have asked. Somebody asked me at 5 o'clock this morning, and I wasn't really awake to be on there at 5 o'clock in the morning. But if
You
you let me
didn't
know in
want me on at
advance,
5 o'clock.
Oh
I
God,
can
no! Don't put
make
me through that,
arrangements.
please.
You don't want to wake me up for that.
No, please don't put me through. I'm more the one that's up at 5 o'clock in the morning. So if you have any questions, shoot me a message at 5 o'clock in the morning. I'm awake.
I know
I'm awake too, so
I haven't been asleep very long by 5 o'clock in the morning, so I definitely don't want to hear about from anybody about it.
I wake up at 4:15. My
Yikes!
daughter has to be to work at 7, so she picks me up at 6.
Ugh, you're a brave woman.
Yep.
That's all we can say.
But my day ends at 2 o'clock.
That's a good thing. I'd be dead to the world by the time I got home. I'd want a nap.
Yeah, I usually take a nap when I get home, and by then I don't want to sleep. Like last night, I didn't sleep at all because I slept when I got home.
Oh no, that's not good either.
I went all day. I went all day today saying it was Thursday, and then I got home, started resting up, and then I forgot it was Thursday until somebody reminded me it was Thursday, and I'm like, oh my gosh. And it was 6 o'clock in the evening, and I'm like, wait a minute, it is Thursday. So,
So we were glad we had an easy night here with something that we've already done. That we had already prepared stuff beforehand.
and I will be putting these memes out for you, like I did the Lionsgate ritual. If you haven't had a chance to look at the Lionsgate ritual, I have all the memes out for that.
That was a really cool one. I enjoyed the Lionsgate ritual so much. I really did.
I did too. I love doing lives like this and having witch talk and things like that. It
I do
really
too.
refreshes my spirit
So
for
I'm
the week.
throwing it out there to all of y'all out there in, well, I can't say TV
TikTok
land
land.
anymore, computer
Yep.
land, TikTok land. There
TikTok
you go.
land.
If you have any questions, or if you just want to talk, if you want to ask us anything, or you want to bring up a topic that you'd love to see us talk about or do a deep dive into, please let us know. I mean, you can type right here on your screen. Just jump in the chat and put it in there, and we'll see what we can do.
Mm-hmm. We
But
enjoy it.
oh yeah, we love talking to people. Or if you have any comments about the live that you saw tonight or any other of them, any critiques, any suggestions, whatever. I mean, we're always open to suggestion. So just
The ways that you can
let
reach
us
us
know.
are always listed on the posts that I do. The email address is there, everything else. If you don't want
Right.
anybody to know who you are and you want to be anonymous, you can just tell us you want to be anonymous and ask questions. We'll be happy to answer them. If
Right.
we
You don't
don't
have to
know
be
it,
on
we'll figure
camera.
it out.
You do not have to be on camera. If you want to get on here and ask us a question, you can just type it into the chat and we'll answer you. We've done that before. So, and we
Zoom.
enjoy doing it.
Yes, we used to use Zoom.
We'll try to monitor the chat as much as possible.
Yeah, but it was a lot of fun.
Mm-hmm. Very much so.
We
And I
enjoy
figured out a
hearing
way
from
to
people.
actually save the memes now. So what I do, the actual ones that I do the slides, I'll be able to put them out now because I know how to do it. I figured it out.
And I'll send them to
Other places along
other
the
platforms.
highway, down the road, whenever you
Yes.
ride your broom and your vacuum
Just
cleaner.
we just like to spread the love around. So yeah, we actually it's just that we enjoy practicing so much and learning more about our practice. Currently, I'm reading a book on conjure divination just because I thought it was interesting to learn a different way of divination other than what I know. And it's been fascinating. I'm learning about cartomancy with playing cards instead of tarot or the Lenormand that I like to use, or oracle cards. It's very different. You can use a regular deck of playing cards. It's how to hide in plain sight. And
Mm-hmm.
people had to do this. The people that brought this type of magic with them from other places, um, African diaspora, most of them, either that landed in Haiti or the Dominican Republic, Jamaica, any of these places, or here in America.
Mm-hmm.
They brought
Caribbean.
this with them. And the cool thing about it is that it uses, conjure magic uses stuff that you have in your house all the time. And it's very simple, very cheap, very easy to acquire. Instead of using a crystal ball for divination, they use blue water. They just use a little bluing, laundry bluing, and water. And that's how they make it. Very simple. But
Mm-hmm.
yeah, a plain deck of playing cards. Who wouldn't have that in your house? You wouldn't think anything about it if you saw a deck of playing cards in somebody's house. So if you're practicing in the broom closet, this kind of divination might be perfect for you.
Yep.
No tarot cards for anybody to be suspicious of, or oracle cards or anything like that. Just very simple products that you could find anywhere in your house. You just have to be respectful of the traditions that these things come from.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm no gatekeeping, just respect the traditions and the practitioners. If you decide to learn from somebody who has a different practice from your own, just bring your respect for their culture.
Mm-hmm.
There's a difference between cultural appropriation and cultural appreciation that not a lot of people are recognizing these days.
Yes.
It's all being thrown into appropriation, and that isn't true. That's not true. You can you can appreciate somebody's culture so much that you want to incorporate a part of that into your life, into your world, into your personal culture.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't see anything wrong with that. I think that's really cool to learn about other ways of doing things other than just your own background.
Mm-hmm.
When my kids were little, we'd get books about cultures from all over the world, and I'd try to like fix a meal from there. And like when we did Japan, we were studying Japan and the customs in Japan, and so we fixed a Japanese meal and we used chopsticks, and they could slurp their soup to show appreciation for the host, which they enjoyed immensely, I'll tell you, because I had 3 boys. So
I
they really
imagine it
dug the
is.
fact that mom said that they could slurp their soup and that that was not rude. So yeah, they learned a lot, but they learned a lot about other people's beliefs and practices. And they grew up being more globally minded as a result of that.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel that is one of the things that I'm the most proud of personally, is that I raised my kids to be more global thinkers and not, and to break my own cultural, um,
Karmic debt.
no, it wasn't even a karmic debt. It
Well,
was more like a
karmic. Well,
generational trauma,
there you go.
from all of the years of racism that is in my family tree. I hate it. I'll just put that out there right now. That's something that I am not proud of at all. It's something I've worked all my life to overcome and to remove from my life, and to turn things around and teach them a different way of thinking about people so that they didn't think in those narrow parameters that racism has you think in. You know, they have you think with blinders on, where you only see one thing as being good and right and pure, and everything else is bad, you know, or lesser than. I didn't
Yeah.
raise them that way. And that's one thing I'm actually proud of about myself. And we've been doing shadow work, Carolyn and I. We've been talking about the golden shadow. And I'll
Mm-hmm.
tell you guys a little about the golden shadow since we have time tonight.
Yep.
Your golden shadow are the things in your life that you haven't claimed. They're not the broken pieces of yourself necessarily. They're not your childhood trauma, but they're things that that good qualities that you have, positive qualities that you suppressed somehow because other people told you it was bad. Like, say you have a big personality and you were told to be quiet because little girls aren't supposed to be loud like that, or whatever it was.
Mm-hmm.
You know, everybody has that. Everybody has childhood trauma. That's what I have learned over the course of my life, is that, hey, this is not just you, Karen, you know,
Yeah.
and it's not just a few people you know, it's pretty much everybody you know
Mm-hmm.
that has something in their past, some trauma in their life that has got them stuck in their thinking and in a shame or guilt spiral. I know a lot of people that suffer from that. And we don't have to. And so the golden shadow, that's one thing. And it just, I was never allowed to be proud of my accomplishments ever growing up. I was told that that was bad.
Mm-hmm. I was
You
told I
can't
talked
take
too
any
much.
pride. Yeah, that too. But one of the things, it was just like, you can't take any pride in your accomplishments, in
Mm-hmm.
your appearance, in your schoolwork, and nothing.
Nothing.
You can't say anything good about yourself at all. That's the way I was raised. Or you were breaking your arm, patting yourself on the back.
Mm-hmm.
And by the time I was in my late 30s, maybe, I'd figured out that that was all crap. And my dad told me, you know, don't break your arm patting yourself on the back, Karen, like he always did. And I said, oh, don't worry, Daddy, I'm double jointed, because I am.
What is it about the age of 30 and that age range that's when you actually start to really look at your life and think, wow, where am I going?
What, late 30s, early 40s?
I would say with your 30s and 40s,
Yeah, I think it's because that's the age we're having kids, and our kids are getting, you know, a little
older.
older, and we're starting to go, oh, okay, I did that when I was
Who am
their
I?
age.
Yeah, who am I? I was my kids'
Yeah.
moms for 10, 12 years. Now, what am I doing now?
I told Carolyn and Audrey this story, I don't know how many times, but when my oldest son was 14, he was so awful. I called my mother and apologized for ever being 14 and asked her how she let me live. So, yeah. Well, hi, Corey Glaberson. Thank you for joining us. You're probably wondering what in the world this talk is. Well, it's witch talk, and we're talking about our shadows. So that was just,
I never knew about the
it's,
golden shadow
I
until we
didn't
learned
either.
about it in the
That
thing.
was
I
all, yeah,
heard,
I've never heard of it.
but I never really went into detail with it, and I never understood it until we started taking these classes.
Yeah. So I thought it was really cool to look at those positive traits, maybe the things that you're too much of this or not enough of that or whatever it was that you heard growing up, all those messages that made you suppress yourself, that made you smaller somehow, feel smaller, not be smaller, but to feel smaller on the inside. The things that you heard that just make you shrink and shrink and shrink and shrink and shrink. I just tried to be invisible growing up.
Because my mother told me I talk too much, I honestly think now that that's why I was such an introvert as a kid. Me being doing
Mhm.
this right now, I never would have thought I would do this when I was growing up, ever.
I was always told I was too bossy when I was real little. And so I got to where, as I got older, I was always afraid of taking any kind of leadership role.
Uh
I
huh.
wouldn't do it
Yep.
for years until my kids were in Cub Scouts and they had nobody to be a Cub master. And so I said the four most dangerous words that I know. I can do that.
That's like me when I was a trainer for DirecTV. I was a corporate trainer, and I taught 30 people every 2 weeks, new people, the new hires, the computer systems, how to
Hmm.
use it, what the product was about, all that. And that really brought me out of my shell.
Hmm.
The first couple times I did it, I wanted to throw up. After that, I
Oh,
was
yeah.
fine.
That's what it was like with Cub Scouts, too. I just, it would terrify me.
Uh huh.
The thought of getting up there in front of all those people and having to talk for an hour
Hmm.
and keep the meetings going and keep everything rolling, and it was all on me. And so yeah, it'd make me feel almost sick, but I'd force myself to do it because there was nobody else,
Yep.
and I didn't want the pack to fold. So I took the responsibility on myself, and I thought, I found out, well, I'm not bossy, I just have leadership skills.
Hmm. Yep.
Wow.
I
Yeah,
was divorced and had a daughter to support, so I was like, well, it's a job. It pays more than what I was doing. I was
exactly.
actually a customer service representative on the floor for DirecTV doing collections. And because I was so popular in the call center, I always ranked number one in the call center, they had hired me as a trainer because I knew the product back and forth.
That's really cool.
So it was very interesting. I did it for 3, 4 years, and then I burned out.
So what are you guys out there doing that you're proud of? Do you have anything out there that you've been doing that you're proud of? Something that you've learned about yourself that makes you feel good? Or something that you've been suppressing for years? If you
Hmm.
want to talk about sharing that, you know, pop it in the chat. We'll talk about it. But we all have these things. We all have these positive qualities that we were told for some reason or another. Maybe it was the age that we grew up, the times,
Hmm.
or that's a lot of it was that for me, or the part of the country that you grew up in, or where your parents were from, or it could be anything that shaped how your parents raised you and what they thought was appropriate for you and or not appropriate for you or whatever. But there's no better judge, really, of what is appropriate for us than we are. Who knows better than I do what's right for me? That is, if I'm thinking clearly and mindfully,
Yep.
if I'm not addicted to anything, I'm not out there feeding my addiction and listening to what my addiction says is good for me, because that always lies.
Yep.
But and that's just years of experience with other people who have addiction in my family. So yeah, anything that you feel good about, just if you're feeling positive about something in your life right now, something you've accomplished or something you feel good about, pop it in the chat. Let us know. Or if you feel like there's a broken part of yourself that you don't understand or want to work on, that's what shadow work's all about, guys. It's not scary. I know
Hmm.
a lot of people hear shadow work and they think black magic. Absolutely not.
No.
more psychology than black magic.
I was going to say that psychology and science.
Yeah. It's not. It feels magical when you figure it out. I'll tell you that.
Hmm.
When
And the
you have
qualities
an
that you learn
awakening
about,
about
you can
something.
use in your witchcraft.
And it helps you to understand why you do the things that you do. Things that, like
Repeating
bad,
patterns.
yeah, bad habits. Um, I don't know, fears that seem irrational. They'll come from somewhere. Most of our shadows are based in fear and pain, really. Things that hurt you, that scared you.
But you learn to protect yourself.
Exactly. And your shadow is constituted of these very ways that you protect yourself. You don't even know you're protecting yourself. A lot of people subconsciously gain weight as a means to protect themselves.
I did. I
I
used to
did
weigh
too.
almost 500 pounds, and I
I
lost down to 160.
isolated myself behind weight too.
Hmm.
Used food to comfort myself.
Yep.
I still do occasionally,
Sometimes.
but now I know when
Comfort.
I'm doing it. Hello, Jess Winsel. We're
Thank you
doing
for joining
witchcraft.
us.
We finished with money, rice, and witchcraft, in case you're wondering, and now we're talking about shadow work. What is it about? What does it mean to do shadow work? It's just looking into the things that about yourself sometimes that you don't want to see.
Hmm.
Your dark shadow is the things that the parts that you put away, things that you feel guilty about, things that you feel ashamed of. Um, you know,
Angry.
yeah, things that make you irrationally angry that you don't understand. Why did I get so mad about this?
And being in relationships that are patterns. Also, if
Absolutely.
you keep track of your witchcraft and your book of shadows, which I highly recommend, you will start to learn if you have certain patterns that you're like, oh, I didn't know I did that.
Yeah. Or why do I have such a bad picker in relationships?
Hmm.
That's another one, you know? That's one that a lot of people want to get to the bottom of.
Uh-huh.
What
Tired of
made
being in
me
the same old
attracted?
horrible relationship and they want to feel
Yeah.
good.
Why am I attracted to the wrong type of person? That why am I attracting the wrong type of person to me? What is it about what I'm doing that's bringing these people into my life?
And highly empathetic people, which is what we are, really,
Mm-hmm.
are more prone to those types of relationships. Unless you
Unfortunately.
actually take your golden shadow and your dark shadow and you marry them together, which is one of the things we're learning about to break those patterns.
I like that drama triangle too that they were talking about.
Yes.
Hello, yellow with a big yellow heart. I like that.
Nice
Um,
to see you. Well, nice that you're here. Can't really see them.
Nice that you're seeing us.
And
And
Tita
Tina joined too.
joined
Hello,
us.
Tina. Yeah, we're talking about our shadow. We're talking about our golden shadow and the other shadow. How do we get there? How did these patterns form? What caused this thing? What childhood trauma or what other trauma? Usually, our darker shadows are formed by childhood trauma of some sort.
Age
Most
0
of
to
them are,
7.
yeah, most of them are formed between 0 and 7. There are other traumatic events that can happen in your teen years and adulthood that will also cause that type of a fracture of your psyche, as it were. But most of them are, yes, 0 to 7. Certain kinds of, like if you were mugged or something, that might cause you to form new patterns and form a shadow over that. You might do things differently because of being mugged. And this can help you to break out of that, especially the ones that you don't understand.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, it's
Self
help.
care, mindfulness, and your shadow are two things that will help you in your witchcraft if you
Absolutely.
resolve them and work to resolve them. You're not going to resolve them overnight, but if you have to put in the work.
The cool thing about shadow work is it doesn't just help you in your witchcraft, it's going to help you with your life,
Everyday life.
every aspect of your life, your relationships, your career, your family, your practice,
You'll be so much happier.
everything, everything, all your friendships. Yeah, it can help you in every aspect of your life because you'll understand what led to this certain thing happening and led you to feel like you needed to pull this in and protect yourself in another way. I'd like that drama triangle. I figured out I'm a rescuer. That didn't take a lot of thought.
I'll have to see if I can get it. Have it on our shadow work whenever we do our shadow work group.
Yeah.
There's a couple things in the workbook that they had that I'd like to have. And we've come up the questions that she asks. I've been writing down a lot of them, so that way I learn how to ask the correct questions.
Right. What was really cool was that after one of those meetings, I was having a conversation with my sister, and she was talking about feeling really defensive when she talks to her daughter. And she said, I'm always feeling like I have to defend myself constantly. And so I asked her one of those questions, and I said, what made you feel like you needed to defend yourself? Who in your life made you feel that way?
Mm-hmm.
And so she was able to look back on hers, and she said, well, it was my mom. And I said, and what were you defending yourself from? And she said, Daddy. So, I mean, she finally got to understand that one little piece of where that came from, why she felt that when certain people talk to her in a certain way, it makes her go back to that space and get defensive and feel like she has to defend herself constantly within the conversation.
And we
And she's
bury
done
that
that
in
with
our
me before.
subconscious.
She's done that with me before too. But I never thought about doing any shadow work with her. Um, I didn't even tell her that's what I was doing. I just started asking her questions that came from our studies.
Mm-hmm.
And it was really cool. It was really cool to feel like you're helping somebody get to the bottom of something that, she's 61.
Hi, Andy. Thanks for joining us. We're having witch talk right
Yeah,
now. We've
hello.
already done money rice and witchcraft tonight. We made a jar, we made I call them Grieger bags, but
They are
sachet,
Google Docs.
Grieger bags, mojo bags, whatever you want to call them, charm bags, they're all the same thing.
Right. Just a different language.
Yep. But I really enjoy a shadow work class. I really, really, really do. I'm going to
I
go
do
back
too.
and listen to the replays and take more notes.
Well, I haven't been able to take notes frequently because I've been in the car driving back and forth. So, I just have to listen and,
Yep.
go and look at the workbooks and stuff. I could watch the replay if I wanted to, but
I fell asleep
Yeah, it's really
15
interesting.
minutes before one ended, so I have to watch the end of it.
Oh, you do, because you missed the whole thing about the drama triangle that I was talking about. There's a victim and a rescuer and a persecutor or something like that.
Hmm.
Something like that. Anyway, I wasn't that one, but I'm
I'm looking
definitely the
forward to
type
bringing
that,
our studies to people because I really feel like it's going to help people. And that's
yeah,
what I'm in it for, to help people.
right. It's like witch therapy.
There you go.
Because
Those of you who can't afford a therapist, you can work on
it's
it yourself.
yeah, or you
I'm a
can work on it with
psychology
us.
major.
Even if you want to, you can work on it with us, and we can help guide you through it.
Yep.
And that's what we're looking to do, is just to be able to give people the tools to be able to do shadow work, or if they want to work on it with us.
Yep.
So yes, there's very personal things that get shared. Um, I don't think we would be able to do that on a live TikTok, simply because not everybody wants that broadcasted out to everyone. Anybody could watch it. You have no control over who that is.
Hmm.
So you have to think twice about what you say.
Yeah.
So for that reason, we might want to keep it a little bit more private. But other than that, we will be on here doing lives and talking about shadow work and how you can do it yourself.
And we'll also
So,
be talking about mindfulness and self care. Those are
yes,
very important.
that's
Like I
right.
said, I'm a psychology major, so you'll have to forgive me.
No, I enjoy it.
Hmm.
That was always one of my favorite classes.
Oh yeah, I loved it. I was gonna be a forensic psychologist, and I changed my mind to be a therapist. But then I thought about it because I am a highly empathetic person. I absorb people's energy, and I talked to my counselor in school, and we came up with me being maybe a researcher instead. Research psychology is what I took.
Okay.
How to write those psychology papers. Oh, yay.
Yeah, it's fun.
But I enjoyed it. And like I said, I'm able to use my psychology background with these classes, and I'm able to understand it better.
Absolutely.
And we're going to dive into protection magic. We're going to do a deep dive into that. Hopefully around Samhain. That way, when the veil is thinner, you know how to protect yourself.
Right. Would be more between what, Samhain and Yule?
Yep,
So through the month of November and December, look for us to be doing
protection.
protection magic. And it's not just going to be spells. We're going
No,
to be doing all kinds of protection magic. We're going to be doing things that you can do to protect your thresholds, to protect yourself, how to um, how to get rid of hexes and curses
jinxes
and
and
stuff like
curses.
that. Yeah, all of it. And they're out there. Unfortunately, there are bad practitioners, or I shouldn't say bad practitioners. There are bad practitioners out there. There really are. But there's people who also just practice they have a more left-handed path, is what they call it.
Mm-hmm.
Um, a little
Some
more
people get jealous
gray,
of what you have and what you do,
painful
and they
magic.
will try to trip you up.
But there's lots of different ways that you can protect yourself other than simply with spells and incantations. There's like making war water and things like that you can line your property with, and nothing can cross it that has ill intention towards you. Um, well, we found evil eye rice. You can make evil eye rice, and you can do a protection bowl like a mini bowl.
Hmm.
There's so many different things. You can do protection jars. You can witch spells. That's
I
another
will
form of
teach people
protection.
how to salt and seal their house.
Yes, that would be great.
Salt and seal your rooms, go through your closets, because people forget liminal spaces. When you'll learn what liminal spaces are, they're like thresholds, places that are between the worlds that you have to pay attention to as well.
But
So we'll
not
learn
just
about that.
spaces, crossings, anything you have to cross over
Hmm.
is like a liminal space. If you're moving from one room into another, you are crossing a liminal space.
Yep.
Your windows are liminal spaces.
Hmm.
Wouldn't it be doors considered that as well?
Oh, yeah, your doors are absolutely liminal spaces. Times of the day can be liminal too,
Hmm.
and so can some seasons. Like certain times of the day, dawn and dusk.
Midnight.
Midnight's another. Noon is another.
Hmm.
Dawn, dusk, noon, and midnight are all liminal times. So when you're talking about liminal spaces, you're not just talking about the ones that you can see, like a doorway that you go through or
Yeah.
a window that you can go through. They're not just like that. Any opening, any mouth, any food going into your mouth, that is crossing a liminal space.
Hmm.
I know that's weird, but it's true when you think about it. Because it's going from one thing into another thing. It's from the outside to the inside of your body.
Yep. And you'll learn also different deities that govern those spaces, like Hecate
Right.
is one.
There's lots of deities that cover liminal spaces, crossroads. The
Hmm.
Morrigan is
Yep.
another. Papa Legba and
Yeah.
the
The voodoo, Budon.
yeah. There's a lot of different ones. So just be aware of that. That's something that we're going to be bringing to you. So if you have any ideas or things that you want us to talk about as far as protection goes, let us know. We'll be also talking maybe about, we'll bring you some crafts and things that you can do to protect your house,
Hmm.
like making witch bells. Perhaps one night I will dive into how to make witch bells because I make those.
And
And then
Karen's also done classes on enchanting objects too, so she can do that.
I have to get going, guys. I gotta get my son to bed. He's got school in the morning. So I love talking with y'all, and I cannot wait to talk with y'all this coming Thursday or whatever day we decide to do it. So merry meet, merry part, and merry meet
Maybe
again.
again.
Have a great night.
Absolutely. Blessed be.
Blessed be.
Teenager about to get a whooping.
Oh, I don't miss those days.
No.
I really don't. My daughter will be a certain age this year. I'm not going to say what it is because she might get upset with me. But she'll be a certain age this year that is turning on a 10-year mark, just put it that way.
That is still
And
extremely young, but she doesn't think so.
yeah,
I didn't think so either when I was her age. Now I would take it in a heartbeat.
yes, at a heartbeat.
Trade with me, girl.
If I know then what I know now, everything would be totally different. But that
Hey,
goes
I
back
didn't.
to one thing we talked about today, the river of forgetfulness.
Yes.
That is a tradition or a myth, however you want to say it. Whenever you come to earth or you are born, you drink from the river of forgetfulness. That way you're not constantly harping on what you've done before and not doing what you need to do now. So we'll go into that with the astral plane as well.
Cool.
And with soul contracts and soulmates, twin flames, soul contracts are all going to be together in
That's
one
awesome.
presentation. And like we said, you would be surprised at what some of these things actually mean, because they're not what you think they are.
No.
Or you may have only been halfway educated on it. But we go back to the history of where things started and try to give you a foundation of that, and do scaffold learning where you learn each week on something different, but we go back and kind of review what we did the week before.
And that way, if any friends and family go, oh, that new age crap, and go, actually, not new age at all. And you can tell them
Yep.
all about it.
Yep. Soulmates actually supposedly started with Zeus. Zeus thought that man was too powerful. He didn't want them to be more powerful than him, so he split them in two. That's the mythology behind it.
The soul, yeah. That
Yep.
that our souls originally had 4 legs and 4 arms and 2
Hmm.
heads. Yeah.
Yep.
Which is really an interesting concept when you think about it. But
Hmm.
like how that would work exactly. But yeah, there's a lot of people who followed that.
Hmm.
And like that there was only one person that you're meant to be with. I don't know if I believe that. But I do believe that there are people out there that you will resonate with on a
Hmm.
level that is unparalleled with other people that you will meet in life.
And soulmates don't have to be somebody that you're married to or in a
Right.
relationship with. It could be two women, like Karen and I, we're besties. And I think of her
Mhm.
as like a soulmate type of person
Right.
because we resonate so well together.
Yes. I mean, it's just when I met her, it was just like I I knew
I knew
her
you
already,
before.
and like I needed to be friends with her. I needed to get to know her right now because this person was supposed to be in my life. I knew that
Mhm.
when I met her online that she was supposed to be in my life. I could feel it. And when I feel
Yep, I
something
felt the
down in
same
my
way.
gut these days, I don't ignore it or think I'm just imagining things. You're not.
Yep. Your intuition. Pay attention to it.
It is
It'll lead you
real.
the right way. It's real.
Don't let family and well meaning family and friends, and they will tell you that, oh, I know you think you know.
I've heard that before.
Yeah, me too. I know you think you know. Yeah, well, actually, I do. And this is why. Let me tell you about it. But yeah, I
Yep.
mean, every time I have gone against my gut, I have lived to regret it without fail. I've never thought once that I can remember in my entire life. Thank God that I didn't follow my gut. Never, never.
Never.
I've never said that to myself that I know of. It's always been, why didn't I listen to my gut? Why didn't I take my first instinct? Why didn't I follow my first instinct?
Yep.
And we have Sinaloanese Rebecca joining us. I hope I said that right. Welcome and thank you for joining our live. We have been talking about money, rice, and witchcraft tonight for any that are just joining us. And we've been doing Witch Talk after that, where we've talked about things that we have upcoming and what we've been doing lately. Carolyn and I have been taking shadow work courses to get certification for coaching. So, and we've been talking about what's coming up and going into a little bit about twin flames or not twin flames so much, but soulmates
Soulmates
and what they were.
and yep.
So they're just, we're not reinventing the wheel here. this is all things that people have thought about before. Welcome, Emily Vega. These are all things that our forefathers and our ancestors and people way, way back from the earliest parts of time have thought about. This is not new. Witchcraft is not new. The stuff we're doing is not new, but it is being put together in new and interesting ways.
Mm-hmm. Plato
So,
actually came up with the term astral for the astral plane. It was eventually called the astral plane. It wasn't called that back then because obviously they spoke a different language than we do today.
they talked
But,
about the astral body too, the corpus astrale or
yep.
astralum.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
We're going to learn about the astral
corpus meaning
body,
body,
the
and astralis
history,
from the
the
stars.
realms, how to get there, how to do intentions, because you need to go there with an intention. Don't just go there arbitrarily just to go,
No, do
because
not
you
do
may
that.
run up against something you may not want to run up against.
Yes,
So
take
we'll
it from
teach you
me.
some protection magic in order to keep you protected there, how to get back, all those kind of things.
Plan your journey like you would plan it if you were going to a foreign country.
Mm-hmm.
Plan what you need to take with you, what you need to protect yourself, what you want to get out of it, all of it.
Mm-hmm.
But take that into it with you. Don't try to figure it out once you get there. Not a good plan.
No.
Voice of experience, not a good plan.
Yep.
You might see things and do things there that were not something you could have ever imagined.
Yep. And I'll teach you how to
So,
recognize in your dreams where your doorway is to get there. Because there's always something in your dreams or in your daydreams or in your lucid dreaming, or there's so many different ways to do it that there's a spot that looks different and it doesn't necessarily move. And that's usually the entrance to the plane to go to the bridge. In Jewish mythology, they have what's called the spiritual bridge, where that bridges us between us and the actual planes that are
mhm.
out there. So it gets rooted back to a lot of different civilizations, including Celts.
Yeah, a lot of different schools of thought have gone into this presentation that we have for you, and I'm really excited to bring it to you. It's
Yeah,
really cool stuff. I just love it. I've learned a lot from reading about it.
and you can make informed decisions.
Exactly.
Not just willy nilly and
You can
go do
decide
whatever.
where you want to go instead of being just taken wherever it wants you to go,
You'll
or
learn to meet
just
your
whatever you
spirit
get yourself from.
guides, angels. There's demons on there in the lower planes. Hopefully you won't want to go there, but that is there.
Yeah, just make sure you don't end up there. That's what I'm saying.
Yep.
Plan not to go there.
Yeah, that's the bottom realm, and
You don't want to
it's
be
more like
there.
a hell. It's more like the Christian version of hell. Is what they compare it to.
Yeah.
So there's 7 different realms. We'll go over the different realms, what they are, all the way to enlightenment and discernment.
Hmm.
That's the last plane. But we'll learn about Eastern traditions, what they feel about it. We'll learn about Western traditions, what we feel about it. So I'm really excited.
I am too. I think it's really cool stuff.
I can't wait. Just listening to you guys talk about it, I'm really excited about it. That's
Yeah, I am
why I
too.
went quiet, because, like, I'm just listening to you guys talk about it.
Oh, you haven't seen the
It's really neat.
presentations yet. Karen's have seen the presentations. I run the
Yeah,
presentations by
they're really cool.
Karen before we put them out. And we make whatever changes together that need to be made. or we add whatever needs to be added. Um, I bounce a lot of ideas off her, and she gives me more ideas.
We make a good team.
Yes, we do. I love you so much.
I love you too. I blew you a kiss.
Oh, thank you. But it's an interesting read. Very interesting. And I put out some memes today to let you guys know on sacred houseplants and sacred weeds. Um, they're very interesting. They have historical context, what gods and goddesses that govern them. The correspondences are there, so you don't have to go and look up the correspondences. If you say them, they're there. My daughter loves monstera plants, and I told her today that's actually standing for abundance, and she was surprised. So I told her that's probably why she liked it so much, because of the abundance. And she made the crack that, yeah, they're expensive, so it should stand for abundance.
Gosh, all plants have gone up. Everything's gone up.
Yep.
Just everything, everything.
I went to the grocery store today, and I got paid today, and I have like $8 left till next week.
Yikes. I have no dollars left. But headed tomorrow. So
That's why I did the money
yay!
bowl and the money rice and
Yes,
money
the
salt.
money bowl has been needed. The money bowl is needed. So I'm glad to have it working for me.
Hmm
And it has been. At the top of this whole segment, I was discussing how one of the things that I manifested for my money bowl and the money salt has already come to pass. I've got two other things that I'm working on manifesting. So this works if you work it. So make it work for you. Just dive in there. Don't be afraid. If it feels weird at first, if you're brand new to witchcraft and it feels weird to be doing all this stuff and you're watching it thinking, God, I don't know. Yeah, it does feel weird at first,
It's,
especially if you come from a Christian background. But
it's
you know
called
what?
imposter
It's
syndrome.
okay. Yes, it is. It's imposter syndrome. And we all feel like that when we start doing something new.
Hmm
And, like, God, all these people know so much more than I do. I don't belong here. All of that. It's all imposter syndrome. That it does not mean you are an imposter at all. It just means like that you feel like one, but it doesn't mean you are one. So you don't have to be it. I say fake it till you make it. Just dive in there and start doing it. It's the best way to get over imposter syndrome. After you do it the first few times, it starts feeling natural to you.
hmm That's one of my favorite sayings. Fake it till you make it.
Exactly.
That, and let the God and Goddess handle it.
hmm
Let go and let God and Goddess.
hmm Whatever you believe in.
Hmm
As long as you believe in something and you give yourself over to that something and say, here I am. I need your help. I'm bringing you this offering of money bowl or whatever it is you're doing. Um, you know, if you're at church, we usually put a tithe in the bowl in the tray or the basket or whatever it was that went around, or
hmm
you could bring some small offering to the church. Well, you're doing the same thing basically in
hmm
witchcraft. It's just put together in a different way.
hmm
So you don't have to feel weird about it, or at least not for long. Just dive in there. And hello, Sacred and Wild. Thank you for joining us. And it doesn't matter if it feels weird at first. Just keep doing it until it feels like you've been doing it all of your life.
And that's
And
how
I
you build
promise you,
confidence.
it will. That will come. It will feel
Hmm
like that after a while.
Yep.
It will feel like second nature to you. Everything that's new feels strange when you start it. It doesn't matter if you're learning new dance steps or trying to teach yourself to play the guitar or whatever it is. It doesn't matter. It all feels weird when you're first trying it. But
Yep.
if you keep it up, before you know it, just as natural as walking and talking feel to us now. And you know what? That wasn't always natural to us either.
Nope.
But we learned, didn't we?
Mm-hmm.
And we're glad we did because, I'm almost 64 and I bet my knees would be completely toast if I was still crawling.
Yep.
I couldn't crawl anymore if my life depended on it. It hurts too much. But that's the thing is, that was natural when I was a baby.
Mm-hmm.
But once I learned to walk, it's like, forget crawling. This is easier.
I know.
And
My granddaughter asked me to get on the floor today, and I'm like, "Did you say that?" She had a squishy, and she threw it under the couch, and I had to get it out, so I had to get on the floor to do that. So she's like, "Play with me and get on the floor," and I'm like, "You saw how I got up. I can't do it again."
I dropped a bunch of jump rings down my chair. They went all, down the arm, slid
Uh-huh.
down through the cushions and underneath my recliner. So I'm down on my hands and knees with my head under the recliner. And then I had to get down on my belly and scoot up there like a snake, trying to reach
Uh-huh.
under there and get all these jump rings that were scattered all underneath my chair. I was exhausted by the time I got out of there.
And I know that I promised you guys whenever we did the money rice the first time and the video messed up, I have a bunch of stuff on dragons, but I haven't posted it yet because it's a lot and I'm trying to figure out how to divide it up so it makes sense to you. So look for that this week. I'm probably gonna do it tomorrow. And I look forward to that because that's actually cryptid stuff, and we've actually talked about doing classes on cryptids.
Yes,
There's
that
so
is an
many of
area of
them.
interest that I have is mythological creatures or cryptids, and the Celtic Raven loves those too. And we've talked about doing some research into that, but she's had a lot of issues here lately, and we haven't really had the time to dive into cryptids yet. But I have been collecting some things. We do have some stuff about Fae from all over the world that we haven't quite put together in slide form yet.
Yep.
But we have a bunch of cool information about that, and that should be really interesting. When we planned to do it by midsummer, unfortunately, that didn't come to pass. But we've had a lot of other really fun things to do this summer with abundance anyway, with making money rice and money salts and money bowls and all that kind of stuff. So we've
And
had
before
lots
we
of fun
did
that
this,
way.
we actually did omancies. Everything omancy for 6 weeks.
Divination, yes.
Divination.
We dug into divination and it was, oh my gosh, there was a whole dictionary of divination.
And I'm working on that still.
And anything you can imagine, you can use it for divination.
Mm-hmm.
And we even found that what we learned growing up in Southern Baptist Church about opening the Bible, letting the Bible just fall open and putting your finger on a verse, and that's the verse you're meant to read. That is divination. It's called bibliomancy. So the Christians are doing it too. They just don't know they are. So shh, don't tell them.
I'll tell them.
But there were so many things in there that we grew up doing, like throwing salt over our shoulders and stuff like that, that were all called superstitions that are actually part of divination
Mm-hmm.
and are actually used in divination. That type of salt casting over your left shoulder is used in divination. What was that, Solomancy or
Yeah, I think so.
no, it wasn't that. It was
No,
something
it
else.
wasn't that. It was something else. I can't remember what it
Oh
was
well,
right
it doesn't
now.
matter.
I know it was the
It'll be in the
apple. It should
dictionary.
go over your shoulder. You peel the
Yeah, the
apple and it
apple
goes
peel.
peel over your
That was
shoulder.
that was malamancy. That was the apple was malamancy, and it all comes from the Greek and the Greek and Latin root words that are in there. Um, like, let's see if I can come up with a good one. Biblio is the term. Biblio refers to books, not the Bible. Bible just means the book,
The book.
um, literally. But biblio refers to books in particular. And
Hmm.
then when you put mancy is the term for divination. So biblio, books, plus mancy, divination equals book divination.
Yep.
And so that's using the Latin root for book and the Latin what is it called? A suffix. Yes.
Hmm.
For divination. Yes. So
Just
it's
like I
fun.
use a lot of salt whenever and I'm showing my age because whenever I started, we didn't have Palo Santos and
Oh no.
sage and all that. We used
Well
salt
saved.
as a good grounder, doing just about everything. And I didn't realize casting salt was actually an omancy
And
until then. So I was actually amazed at that. I was like, wow, they've got flour when you cook.
yeah.
You
Yeah,
can
you
look
can do divination with
for
that too.
patterns in that.
You can do it with everything. Leaves that fall off of the tree, the pattern that they make on the ground, or the pattern that sticks make after like a storm. When a bunch of sticks fall out of your tree, you can go out there and read it. I mean, you can read the muscles on a rat. The way it moves, a rat's movements. You
The
can divine
entrails
from
of an
that.
animal.
Um, from eggs, as many of us know in witchcraft, we can use eggs for many different things.
Hmm.
Egg divination is really, really, really old. Really
Yeah.
old. One of the oldest
I
was
didn't
crafting
realize
an egg
how
in what we
many there
found.
were and how
Yeah,
many, how they
there's so many.
were rooted so far back until we did the history of each one.
In fact, I think a little cool tidbit. I believe that it was, if you correct me if I'm wrong, if you know, but the egg divination, I believe, is what got the little girls in trouble in Salem.
Yes.
Hmm. I think that's what it was.
Yeah.
And that's one thing I tell people, if you want a message from an angel, a spirit guide, whatever, please be specific. Because if you just say, I want a sign of, if I'm going to get $1,000, just say, I want a sign if that's going to happen. They could send you two or three different signs and you wouldn't know it because you don't know what you're looking for. So be specific. Same thing with your divination. Be specific as you can.
That's
Be as specific as you can, and try not to go too far out. 3 months time is mostly what they say to cut it off at, because if you get too far, it's too questionable. Because you may make decisions between now and then that's going to change that path.
this is true. This is very true. So yeah, lots of cool things coming up in the future. Um, all the way up to the new year. Pretty much, we've got it all figured out what we're going to be bringing you up to Muggle New Year.
Yep.
Not Witch's New Year, it's Muggle New Year.
I
So,
know.
normal people's New Year, Muggle New Year, and then there's Chinese New Year. So we're just partying. We're having New Year in the witchcraft world from, October
Halloween.
31st to Groundhog
February,
Day,
isn't it? February
basically.
is when the
Yeah,
Chinese New Year is in
it's February.
February.
Yeah, it's around Groundhog Day.
Yep.
So yeah, there's 3 different New Years right there. So it's fun being a witch. You've got all the regular holidays that everybody else celebrates, plus all of our holidays that we celebrate privately,
Hmm.
and 3 New Years you can celebrate. So have fun.
I know, right?
Hmm.
Have a party.
Have lots of them between now and then.
Yep.
I can't believe that we are hitting mid-August already.
Me either.
This year has just marched on.
Hmm.
It's just gone so fast.
Yep.
Too fast.
And I can't wait to teach mindfulness and self-care when it comes to shadow work too. Because that's something that you need to do after you do your shadow work. Make sure you take care of yourself, especially if you've dug deep and you've really looked at what your past is as well as your present. Take care of yourself. And don't let
Let's
anybody tell
do
you you're wrong for taking care of yourself because you're not. Because you're not going to be good to anybody if you don't take care of yourself.
that's a good rule of thumb in witchcraft in general,
Yes.
because we raise a lot of energy to put into our work,
Hmm.
right? And so after you do a big working, you usually feel drained. Well, you
That's why
need
they say to
something.
eat or ground afterwards. If you do
Yes,
that, it'll help
it
that
will
feeling.
help. But self care, adding back, putting more gas into the tank. I mean, eating and grounding is, enough to, it's like putting enough gas in your tank to get home.
Uh huh.
It doesn't really like fill it all the way back up, should I say?
Yeah.
But self care done on a regular basis with mindfulness will really keep your tank full. And just dealing with people, going in Walmart is draining. Let's face it. If you go to Walmart, you probably need self care.
If you work
Yep.
at Walmart, you need
Oh,
self-care.
if you work at Walmart, you really need,
You need more
you
than
need
self
more than
care if you
self
work
care.
there.
You need buttloads of protection.
Yeah, I was gonna say I know protection magic on that. I can teach you how to put yourself in a bubble. I always imagine myself in a disco ball
Yes, I put
because it's
myself in a
reflective.
bubble. The last time I went to Walmart, I remembered that and I actually did it. And I sat there and I put myself in a bubble while Audrey was at the service counter.
Yep.
And it worked. And my energy was protected. I didn't feel drained when I left. I could feel the toxic energy, but it was like, okay, it was outside.
Uh huh.
And I could sense it was there, but it couldn't
Yeah.
touch me.
Yep.
So it wasn't like Walmart turned into a happy place when I put myself in a bubble. It didn't. Walmart was still Walmart, but
Yep.
it didn't affect me
And
because that bubble filters it out.
restaurants are a place that drain you as
Mhm.
well. Even though you're going there to eat, if you think about it, most people talk about their issues and their problems over dinner or lunch.
Mhm.
So
And
you need to protect yourself when you go there.
not just their issues and problems. Restaurants are a favorite place that people go to break up
Uh-huh. You're
because it's
right. They
public.
do.
They do. So they go to dump somebody at dinner. So you
Yep.
got all of that. You got all of that there too.
Mhm.
heavy things. Yes, there are lots of wedding proposals there too. There's a lot of energy in particular in restaurants, and people are coming in and out of doors, carrying stuff all the time. It's bustle, 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 move, move, move. And yeah, it can be very draining, especially if it's loud and they have a bar. That makes it even worse. Makes it
Yeah.
more fun, but if you're sensitive, like most of us are, if you're an empath, you can find that energy to be really draining.
Mhm.
So yeah, just be careful. And we'll teach you some ways to protect yourself when you're out in public, or like if you're clairvoyant like Audrey over there. If you see spirit in in physical, like she does, we can teach you how to put yourself in a place to where they can't jump you.
I'm still learning.
Yeah,
Um,
she got jumped in St. Augustine by spirit.
Yeah. Not cool.
on Halloween
It wasn't.
too.
Yeah. Well, there you go.
Well, that's because the veil was thin.
Scared the living crap out of my boyfriend.
Thin veiled, haunted town. Holy
Yep.
crap. Very haunted. Oldest city in America.
Yep.
And yeah, Halloween. So it was a perfect storm, shall we say.
Yep.
So she will be learning too as we go how to protect herself when she goes into highly haunted spaces.
Hmm.
It's not that so she won't see things, she'll still see,
Oh God, yeah.
but she's like, oh God.
It's
But they
more or
won't
less
be able to
for
jump
them-
her.
Yeah, for
Yeah.
them not to jump me.
They won't be able to enter her and talk through her.
Unless she wants it.
Yes.
If you want a channel, that's one thing. But if you
Yeah.
don't want a channel, that's a whole nother ball game.
Exactly. Yeah, I have Audrey's mom that wants to use me to channel frequently.
They have
So.
a new McDonald's has a new caramel apple pie frappe.
Ooh, that sounds yummy.
Hey Mom, you wanna go get one?
Not right now.
Damn.
So yeah, sure. Her mother has passed on, and she likes to use me because I'm not clairvoyant like Audrey is, but I am a clairsentient. So spirit can like download information directly to me.
And I will teach you how to pay attention if there's a spirit around you and ways that you can talk with them. Like as an example, whenever I channel, I ask them to place their hand on my shoulder so I know they're there, the spirit. Because I smell them or I hear them, but I don't see them. And that's my choice.
Her mom likes to make noise in the kitchen.
Yes, she does.
I'll hear things falling or crashing in there, and I get up and walk in there, and absolutely everything is just where it was left.
Oh,
Yep.
did I tell you she moved your bottle of honey?
I'm not surprised.
I woke up this morning. To get braided up for school, and I was gonna make a cup of tea because my throat was like really, really dry. So I was gonna use a little bit of your honey. It was sitting where it's normally at. It was not sitting there. It was sitting by the stove.
That's weird. I never put it there.
I know you never put it there. So now she's getting up and moving things.
Her physical remains are here at my house. Ashes, not bones. Well, I'm sure there's bone in there. There's always bone in there, but her ashes are here, and we're the same age, or she would be the same age as I am, about a month different. And so she, instead of appearing to Audrey, she talks through me. So it's been really interesting. And sometimes I have to remind her what the boundaries are.
Mm-hmm.
that this is my house and my kitchen. Even though she likes being in there, she's welcome to be in there, but not to cause any damages. I don't want my shit moved. I'll have to
Can't
gonna
say
have to
the blame
remind her to
you.
leave stuff where it was. Yeah, I don't like things moved around. So I nobody likes their stuff moved. I
No.
mean, name me somebody that likes their stuff moved. When you go looking for something that you know where you put it and it
Yep.
isn't there, it drives you up a tree.
And the Fae like to move your stuff too.
Yes, they
If
do.
you work with the Fae, they like to move your stuff. They
Oh,
like
good
to
Lord.
take your stuff and
If
not
you
bring it
work with the
back.
Fae, please bring offerings. If you don't, they will seriously mess with you.
We
Oh
have
yeah.
offerings on the altar, so they can't mess with us.
They're petty.
Yes.
So yeah, we like to keep an offering out so that they leave us alone, leave our stuff alone, and things have relatively stayed where I put them, except for the honey. So yeah, it's just little things, just learning the little things, and you know when you're going to work with a specific deity or entity of some type, find out about them first. Don't just jump in because you
Mhm.
don't know them. Take that getting to know you period. Find
Yep.
out what they like. It's like a date. You know, you
Uh
find
huh.
out what they like. What kind of flowers should I bring this person? Or what kind of chocolate do they like? Or whatever. It's just finding out the little things. How do you take your coffee when you're getting to know somebody? And it's the same with the deity. Find out what kind of offerings they like, what kind of crystals they like, what kind of herbs they like, all
Like
that
Papa
kind of stuff.
Legba, he likes tobacco and he likes whiskey.
Yes.
So take that with you as you go to a crossroads. And when you
Yes.
turn around and walk off, do not look back because they take that as a sign of being distrustful, that you don't trust them to handle what you ask them to do. So that's why it's important to learn beforehand instead of making a mistake when you're there.
Well, that's how Orpheus lost Eurydice in
Hmm.
the underworld, was because he looked back. He could have taken her. They were going to let him. Hades and Persephone were willing to let him leave with his dead wife's soul
Yep.
after he played them this beautiful song. And he could hear her behind him the whole way, but finally he just couldn't stand it. And he had to look just to see if she was really there.
Hmm.
She was, but not for long.
Yep.
She was whoosh right
Same
back.
thing with Lot's wife in the Bible. She looked
Mhm.
back and turned into a pillar of salt.
That's right.
Don't look
The
back.
gods don't like it
Go.
when you look back. They want you to believe. So believe or don't. Don't go. If you don't believe in what you're doing, don't do it.
Yep.
That's the best advice I can give you with witchcraft or anything else in life. If you don't believe in it, don't do it, because if you don't believe in it, nobody else is going to believe you either.
Yep.
They're not. You have to believe in what you're doing for other people to believe in it too. And you also have to believe in what you're doing for the gods to give you what you want. If you don't have faith, you don't have anything.
Hmm. You don't have a leg to stand on.
Mm-mm. So that's the platform on which you build everything. So find out about those deities you want to work with. You want to go to the crossroads, you want to make a deal, find out who you're talking to. You find out
Yep.
what they want,
I
and
posted
heaven help
something on
you.
Papa Legba today and specifically said in there that it tells you, it told about how, what he looks like. He usually either has a dog or has a stick.
Mhm.
What he likes, what he doesn't like. So you have to bring the correct offerings. You have to bring yourself, you have to bring your issues, and just go. Know that he's handled it. He speaks all languages, and he actually is a bridge between us and the underworld if you believe in that particular religion. So be careful who you're talking to and make sure you're talking to the right person. That's why it's
Yeah.
important to know what they look like.
Make sure you're not being tricked by
Yep,
some kind of trickster entity or demon. And if
yep,
you do, heaven help you, decide to work with a demon. I don't personally, don't trust them. But if you do, find out everything that you can about them. And for heaven's sake, keep your end of the deal
yes,
because it's not going to be petty. It's going to be bad
yep,
if you don't. Really bad. They don't play. None of these deities do,
yep.
but some are more forgiving than others.
You can tell this by breeding mythology that they're not,
Right. Just
yeah,
go. Just go
just,
read the old stories. Norse, doesn't matter. Greek, Roman, Chinese, I don't care who it is.
mm-hmm,
I don't care who it is. Mythology is full of these stories, full of them from every kind of background, whether it's old Sumerian or Egyptian or whatever. You're making a bargain. Hold up your end of it.
yep,
And if your end is only bringing an offering and being respectful, be thankful for that. And be sure to say thank you.
yes.
When you go, thank them for helping you.
Gratitude,
Gratitude goes a long, long way. Long way. So, yeah, we can have what we want. You take what you want and pay for it out of this life. It
yep.
doesn't matter what it is.
Magic has a price.
It all does. Everything does.
That's my line.
I know, I was gonna say, Audrey says it all the time. The Celtic Raven, that's one of her favorite sayings.
Like it, but it's true though.
It is.
It comes with a price. No matter what kind of magic you use, whether you're intending for good to come or evil to come, it comes with a price.
There will be. There always is. I don't care what it is. And always liked the line from The Indian in the Cupboard. It was a movie that my kids used to watch, where he brings his toys to life in this little cabinet, and any of his little action figures, anything he puts in there, comes to life. So heaven help you if you put a dinosaur in there, right? So he puts this figure. He has these cowboys and Indians. He puts this Indian in there, and the Indian comes to life. And he tells the boy at one point, do not do magic that you do not understand.
Yep.
And that is something I've carried with me throughout my adult life. If you don't understand what it is you're doing, don't do it. Especially if you go to the crossroads.
Mm-hmm.
Especially if you're making some kind of deal with a deity. Please know what you're doing.
That's like there's a difference between graveyard dirt and cemetery dirt. One is
Yes, there
hollow
is.
ground and the other is not. So if you go to the crossroads and you're near a cemetery or you're near a grave site or whatever, or you need to go there and take dirt to use it in something, then make sure you know that you're taking it from the right place.
Or when they tell you to dispose of baneful workings far from your home or to leave them at the crossroads or whatever.
Yep.
Yes, and you can leave certain things at cemeteries or graveyards or whatever, But oh my gosh, there's certain things, look into it. There's just certain things that you should never leave at a graveyard. No, like, I would not leave any baneful or dark workings at a graveyard or
No.
a cemetery. You can unleash spirits that can attach to you and be
Yep.
very pissed off at what you left in their area. So it's good to know what you're doing.
Yep.
Just read, Google for Pete's sake. There's good information on Google.
And if you have a
There's
question,
good
you can
articles
always
on
ask
there.
us.
Yeah. There's some really good stuff out there. There's some people who've written some wonderful articles that
Yep.
appear on Google. Yes, there can be a bunch of nonsense on the internet too, but where are we right now? We're on the internet too. So you can find a mix of good, bad, and everything in between. The good, the bad, and the ugly, as Clint Eastwood put it.
Yep.
Yeah, you can find it all. But just look into what you're doing first. Because it's better to take a few minutes to learn what's right than to do the wrong thing and have to pay for it or have to call somebody like Carolyn to fix it for you.
I'm a ghostbuster.
You can do that. But it's best if you don't have to, you know?
Oh, believe me, it's best if you don't have to because it's pain to clean up afterwards.
I
Because
can
you
only
could be
imagine.
paying for it for years to come. It may not be tomorrow, but karma's going to catch up to you. What
Right.
what you put out comes back to you. That's the
Remember,
law of physics. When you throw a boomerang, it's going to come back.
yes, a lot
Same
of
thing with
people don't
magic.
believe in karma or the rule of three and all that stuff, and we're not going to preach about it. But
Nope.
yes, I do agree with it being physics.
Yep.
I do agree with that.
As
I
above,
do
so
believe
below.
that what you put out, the energy that you send out in the world, is what you are attracting back to you. I
Hmm.
believe that, yes. I do believe you are attracting that back to you. So if you're putting good energy out into the world, I do believe that you will receive good energy in return. Because people respond to you better when your energy's good. And if you put toxic crap out there, that's what you're going to get.
Hmm.
That's why there's such a thing as self-fulfilled prophecies. When
That's
people
because
are
I put
constantly
something that's
saying
baneful
doom and
out.
gloom.
I put it out for educational purposes. I don't put it
Exactly.
out necessarily for you to use it.
Right.
I
But
put
people
it out
will,
so you
you
can
know.
educate yourself.
We know that people are going to do baneful magic out there. We know that. We know
Hmm.
that people are out there practicing the dark arts too.
Yep.
We're well aware of that. We are aware that there are gray witches. There's others who only want to deal with sunshine and light.
Hmm.
I think that that is well meaning, but that's not all there is out there in the world now, is there?
Nope.
So you have to be prepared for everything. And I did tell you earlier, if you're still here, when I was talking about it, I was a Cub Master. So yeah, I believe in that. I do believe in being prepared.
Yep.
Absolutely.
And record what you do. If you record it and you do something wrong, then you know how to fix it. If you don't record it, like writing it down in a journal or your book of shadows or your grimoire, wherever you want to put it, whatever you want to call it, but write it down. Because you have to come to somebody like me. I know how to fix it. If you don't remember what you did, I'm kind of limited on what I can tell you to fix it.
Be careful doing magic in cemeteries and graveyards.
Yep.
Just be careful. Use lots of
If you go to a
protection.
crossroads, make sure there's not one close by.
Yeah. Try
I
not to be
always
too
tell
close
you
to the
go
house.
over 2 bodies of water or at least one body of water and dispose of it at least over one body of water, running water. I
Yes,
buried stuff
advice.
at a church crossroads before.
There's nothing wrong with that.
Nope. So just be careful.
That's all. We just want you to be prepared for what's out there. Just all of it, the good, the bad, and the in between.
Yep. Because you're going to run across all of it.
Mm-hmm. Eventually.
Yep. And it helps if you understand baneful magic to a point. That way you can pinpoint what someone's done. It's like I said before when we were talking. People get jealous of what you do. I'll use that as an example. And if they're jealous of what you're doing, you may not know that right off. So when you do a working, don't go talking about it because your energy and their energy may not match. And you're going to put that energy into what you've done. And it may cause you to doubt what you've done. And you don't want to doubt it because you want to trust in that deity to take care of it. If that makes sense.
It does, actually. I mean, it's like getting it's like the too many cooks spoil the broth sort of thing. I mean, you're getting all of these other opinions about what you're doing, especially if you put
Uh-huh.
it online. I see so many women and men who put their workings online, pictures and everything, and everybody knows what they've done. And that can be dangerous
Mm-hmm.
to them, not to their intended target, but to them.
A good example of that is a cord cutting.
Oh yeah, there's all sorts of people wanting to do cord cuttings that
And you
don't
have to
need to
be
be cutting
careful doing
cord.
cord cutting because I'll give you an example of that. If you are married to someone and you're divorcing and you have children, if you do a cord cutting, do you want to take that person out of your children's life? Because that's basically what you're trying to do is to cut them out of your life. So cord cutting may not be the best thing to do. A banishment may be better.
Or worse
Or,
yet, what if you
yep,
do a cord cutting with that ex and all of a sudden they're out of your life, but they take your children too?
yep,
That can happen too.
yep.
It can backfire on you so badly. You just don't want to do that. So instead, you might, do something else
Do
to
protection magic
like
instead. Protect
stop them
yourself.
like doing a stop gossip spell if they're talking crap about you. You can
Hmm.
do that instead of a cord cutting to where you seal their mouth from being able to speak negatively about you,
The
or that every
freezer
time
spells.
or we lose
Everybody
somebody
tells you
else.
to do a freezer spell too, and that's not a good
Mm-mm.
option sometimes either,
It just
because
keeps
all
the
you're doing is
situation where it
freezing the
was.
situation. Yeah, you're
You're
freezing
not
the
allowing,
situation. You're not changing it.
right, and there's no forward momentum.
Hmm.
You're not, it's just stuck. You're
Yep.
just making the energy stuck. The situation is stuck.
It's meant to be a
It's
temporary
just,
hold, not
right,
a outcome,
right. And
until
there's
you
just not
figure
enough
out what you
understanding on
want to
that.
do. It's
So,
thinking about your witchcraft before you do it.
right. Read the whole spell before you start diving in. What goes into it? Is it just an incantation? Or is it an incantation with like more purpose behind it? Do you have things involved in your incantation? Are you bringing in multiple elements? The
Hmm.
more elements you bring in, the more
Chances you have something to go wrong.
That too, but you're also amplifying is the word I was
Yep.
looking for. The more different elements you bring in, the more amplification you get for your spell work. However, yes, the more backfire you can get too. So
Hmm.
it's the six of one and half a dozen of the other. But just make sure that you know that that is the right thing for that situation. What may feel like the right thing at the time may not, with a little bit of clarity and distance, may not feel like the right thing at all anymore. Sometimes some of those situations that people want to cord cut, maybe they should freeze it for a little bit and think.
Yep.
Use that
And think
time to
about it.
think. Yeah, put
Hmm.
it in the freezer. Think about what you need to do and then do something. Then take it back out and do something. But the freezer isn't an end into itself. You can't just, well, you could, I guess, just leave somebody in the freezer, but that situation is never going to resolve.
If you are, just say as an example, you work someplace and you have somebody who is mean or somebody who is constantly on your back or constantly doing something. If you freeze it, all you're doing is freezing that situation to be that. You're not moving forward momentum with it.
I remember a few years ago when Whitney was working at, oh, the job that she had before this one, but anyway, she was having trouble with a coworker. And she talked about all the different things that maybe she could try doing.
Hmm.
And what she settled on was really interesting. She decided that instead of going the painful route, she was going to uh, get a new job spell for.
For the person, I was going to say, or do a promotion for that person.
She manifested a new job for this coworker
Yep.
that was giving her so much crap, and it worked.
Yep.
And they did move on. So, good for her. She didn't accrue any bad karma with what she did. So I thought that that was a really creative solution to the problem that she had with her coworker, was instead of, doing a stop gossip or, shut your mouth or whatever spell, she decided to get a new job spell, do a
Another one's
blessing type
a third
spell.
party spell, which is the third party spell can be good, but you want that person to move on and have something good happen. Like, as an example, somebody I know, and Karen knows this, every time that the ex talked about them, it would bring prosperity into their lives.
Blessings, yes,
Blessings. So
yes,
every time the ex said, this is a bad situation. Oh, he's horrible to the kids. He's this and that. It's not
right.
true. She got blessed.
Yeah, whenever the ex talked crap, they got blessings from it.
Yep.
And so I thought that was another creative solution. There's lots of creative solutions out there, and we're not telling you you can't hex an ex if you want to. You can. We can't stop you, that's for sure. We
Hmm.
wouldn't even if we could, because we don't believe in, binding people's free will. So, yeah, I mean, anybody can do that, but it's just that that isn't what needs to be done all the time.
Hmm.
Sometimes when all else has failed, yeah, maybe it does need to be done.
Yep.
Maybe it does. What? If you've burned up all other
Avenues.
avenues of all other recourse,
We're talking like hexing, right?
yeah.
Banishment.
Sometimes
Hexing.
there
Cursing.
there are circumstances where I would say that that might even be appropriate to do that after you have exhausted all other possibilities of finding any other type of resolution to
Uh-huh.
the issue. So yeah, just don't
Just be
don't be afraid to
careful.
take your time and
Yep.
think that situation through before you decide what you need to do about it. We all get mad. We all do. All of us do. I do. Carolyn does.
Yep.
Audrey does. I mean, we all get mad sometimes. Oh, just want to hex that person.
Mom, do you need a drink?
Yeah, actually, I'd love some tea. Thanks. You know, I'd love to wear one of my favorite shirts says Hex the Patriarchy. Have I ever hexed them? No. Have I thought about it?
Oh
Plenty
yeah.
of times. Yeah.
You're human. You're gonna think about those things. Especially when you're
Sure.
hurt or you're angry or you're upset. You're better off
Absolutely.
cooling off and thinking about it. That's when you use a freezer spell.
Exactly. Exactly. Just chill it down and think it through and then take that person out of the freezer or that situation that you have in the freezer, take it out, and then decide what you want to do about it. Then you
Mhm.
have a plan. Make a plan. It's like going on a vacation, right? You want the things that you're going to pack for what you need. So do that. Do that. Make your plan. Plan what you need. And if you can't think of a plan,
Send a blessing.
yeah, try blessings first. And if that doesn't work for you,
That and
then
protection.
maybe it's time to look at things that are more gray
Hmm.
or baneful. Even not all baneful witchcraft is bad. Let me just put
No.
that out there. It's not.
Educate
It's
yourself on what it is.
it's gray. You know, it's kind of liminal in that it's not completely one thing or completely another thing. It just kind of it's in that gray realm, that in between, like it's liminal magic in
Yep.
and of itself. But
And there's a good book out there called Liminal Places. If you want to read about liminal places and understand what they are, it's a really good book. Read it. I read part of it. I haven't read the whole thing
is
yet.
that the weaving the liminal?
Yep. Weaving Liminal.
Yeah, I've got that on my list.
It's a good book.
It sounds like it.
That's
Sounds
like
like
we
something I'd be
read we
interested
read what
in.
was the hexcrafting? Hexcrafting?
Hex twisting, I believe it
Hex
was.
twisting. That's what it was. And that was a really good book. It taught you things that are alternatives to those particular situations.
Well, it tells you how to reverse. I
Yep.
teach you a lot about reversal magic, which, you know, instead of going to, if you think somebody's done something against you, instead of going, oh, I'm going to curse them right back, or no, turn what they did around on them, do a hex twist on them, and reverse that stuff. Send it right back to them with a little bit more firepower. It's great. It's a great tool to have in your toolbox, the ability to break curses and hexes, to use seawater to wash them away. You
Hmm.
can erase curses and hexes simply by bathing in seawater.
Or any kind of running
And
water.
so that would be water with sea salt in it if you're not close to an ocean.
Then a running stream would work. But make sure it's running.
It has to be. It has to be. So, yeah, there are many different ways that you can turn bad magic that's been sent towards you back on the sender without having to get your own hands dirty at all. And wouldn't we prefer to keep our hands clean if we can?
Yep. I know I do. I have enough karma to pay for without that.
I know we've all seen Practical Magic. We don't want to end up burying somebody down by the garden gate.
Nope.
I love that movie.
We don't want it to end up that way. I mean, and I know they didn't either, but nothing else was working. Anyway, just protect yourself and protect your energy, protect your magic. I learned things like how to make invisibility powder to sprinkle on your workings. If you have people that are envious, that have certain clair gifts or certain sight that can see into your workings and know what you're doing, that you can actually hide that from them. It's also hidden from all spirits and entities from the astral plane and everything else. You can do that
Mm-hmm.
to keep what you do secret and private from all prying eyes. And they're not just eyeballs in your house. They're people who do what did they call that? Um, what's it called when oh man, I can't think of the word. So when you're seeing from a distance, and it's a type of clairvoyance, but it's farther reaching. Um, Crap. I hate it when my vocabulary takes a powder on me. What do they call that? Something vision. But anyway, I've seen it done. It's really cool. It's what they did on Stranger Things. It's what Elle would do in the tank, 11,
Mm-hmm.
on Stranger Things. It's that. But there are people who can really do that. They can really see what other people are doing in real time. You can give them latitude and longitude and nothing else. And they can tell you where that subject is and what they're doing.
Mm-hmm.
They have that gift. It's amazing. I don't have it. But you can protect yourself from people who are able to do that. You can protect yourself from people who are able to send spirit to find out what you're doing. And people can send spirit to you just to mess with you. Did you know that? They can. I know you know that, Carolyn.
Oh yeah, I know that firsthand.
They can
They can send some
make
nasty stuff.
contracts. You can make like like a hit, like a spiritual
Uh-huh.
hit on somebody. You contract a spirit to do your dirty work for you.
Yep. And you make a deal with them, and like we said
Yes, you
before, make
do.
sure you keep your end of the deal,
They
because
get
if
mad if you
not,
don't.
you don't want to know what's going to happen. People's houses get haunted. They get attachments. I had
Yes.
somebody tell me that their son was going to different cemeteries with ghost boxes with their friends, and she wanted to protect his car. I'm like, no, you need to protect him. You need to give him a piece of jewelry to wear
Yes.
that he doesn't bring anything home. So he's attachment free because he can bring anything back.
Yeah.
So you have to really think about it. Protecting his
I would
car alone
be
is not going to help you.
yeah. I would be doing a deep dive into some serious sigils and writing them on my body or tattooing them on
She
my
was
body if
saying,
I
she
was
asked me
going
about
to.
saging the house, and I told her about salting and sealing the house as well.
Yeah.
Use sage, but also use salt and frankincense and myrrh oil, make a paste, and make the sign of the cross, the pentagram, whatever you want to do, but seal each room after you clean it. And make sure you leave the front and the back door open, because you could actually trap a spirit in your house because you
Right.
didn't leave the doors open for them to leave. There's no place for them to go. So there's things to think about.
Right. And sage will just get them out the door, but it won't keep
And
them out.
some spirits that are malevolent, sage just pisses them off.
Exactly.
It doesn't
They
help.
just don't like it.
Nope. then they'll start messing with you because now you're messing with them.
It's not strong enough.
Nope. Frankincense is the best thing because that's what they've used in exorcisms for years.
It goes even farther
Frankincense and
back than
myrrh.
that. It goes back farther than the times of Abraham. It's been used by the Jewish people for literally thousands and thousands of years as a holy oil, an anointing oil.
And you don't want to have to clean your house after that.
No.
Tar water gets rid of dead people in your house. So there's all kind of different things that you can do. But you don't want to put yourself in a situation to begin with where you're having to do all that because it's a lot of work. A lot of work to get them out.
It takes a lot of energy to get them out, too.
Yep.
You have to have a strong practitioner to be able to do that.
Yep. And sometimes you have to push them off the property. Sometimes you have to do crosses or pentagrams in your four corners of your property. Go out and salt your property.
And
Different things.
it can depend on the spirit, too, and
Yep.
what background they might have had in life, or if they were ever even living.
Even living.
A lot of them aren't. They're like elementals. They belong to the land. They don't belong to a house. And so getting rid of those,
You can't get rid of an elemental. You can
you can
I don't want to say tame. Tame isn't the word I'm looking for. But you can learn to tolerate them and then tolerate you. But you cannot get rid of an elemental. They've never been in body form. They are there. They've been there ever since the beginning of time. And they're there to protect the earth.
you can put up a boundary, but you will have to keep doing it and doing it and doing it and doing it and doing it. It is not going to be a one and done with an elemental.
No, it may take many practitioners to do it too, not just one.
You might have to have several, and from several different backgrounds.
That's exactly what I was going to say. You may have to have a shaman do it.
Usually you do. Usually if it's an elemental, you're going to have to find a shaman.
Yep. That's the only person that can help you with an elemental.
Indigenous practitioner. That's who you're going to need. Because, it's a lot different than the structures that we've put up since we've moved onto the land. Is a lot different than the people who lived with the land all of those years. They have a much deeper background with these entities than the rest of us do. Us who are colonizers or who brought other people over here with us when we colonized, rather than the indigenous people who lived here.
Lived here to begin with.
Yes, that came up here, that arose here from the dawn of humanity. So, yeah, they're more used to dealing with that kind of spirit. Now, if it's something that has to do with your structure or your house or an attachment to another person, you need a different type of practitioner for that.
And they'll follow you. You can't just get rid of them. They will follow you where you go. If they're attached, they will follow.
Right. If you have a spirit attachment, you can move, but you won't have any difference. There won't be a change if it's attached to a person and not a house.
Yep. And a lot of times people have abilities that they haven't ever, they open spontaneously that they've never even known they've had, or they could know they have the ability, but not want to, they don't want to accept the ability.
Or they're afraid of it.
Yep. That's exactly what I was going to say. That was my next
or
thing
have
I was
been told
say.
it was evil Like,
Uh huh.
growing up in the Baptist church, you didn't mention if you had any quote, occult ability. You didn't talk about that
Dealings.
stuff. You
Yep.
didn't talk about that stuff. And if you did, you tried to suppress it or you did it in private. Or you tried to
Hmm.
explore it in private, like I did, and like Carolyn did.
My uncle had an attachment to him. Long story short, he was in the army, and this guy was in the army with him. And I told Karen the story before. He was from the islands, the Caribbean. And he killed himself, and my uncle had to go claim the body. And he attached himself to my uncle because my uncle tried to help him out through all the different things in the army that he was going through. And long story short, we went on vacation. He attached to my mother and came home with us.
Oh, him.
Yeah, Branch.
Yeah.
They went, matter of fact, it's really funny because afterwards, when they went to find his next of kin to claim the body, they could not find where he existed anywhere. The army could not find any family. They could not find his birth certificate. They couldn't find anything.
That's so weird.
And it's weird. My mom's mixer would turn on without being plugged in. The doorbell would go off. You get up and go look, and there's nobody there. My uncle came home from church one Sunday and found all the pictures stacked up next to the front door in the house. And they did the same thing to my mother. When my nephew was little, he took all the pictures of my nephew and stacked them next to the front door. My mom come home one day and found them.
Oh, wow.
So I grew up with that. So that's kind of how I know how to get rid of them in a roundabout way. But it
Well, you
attached,
certainly
and
had
we
an
just don't
interest
know.
in removing. You had certainly had an interest in removing
Hmm.
spirits due to that, I'm sure.
Yep.
We had a lot of PK activity, I think it was, in the house. Or poltergeist, I'm not sure which. When I was growing up. But all three of us, me and both of my sisters, we all have abilities. My mother had abilities that she didn't talk about. She always knew who it was on the other end of the phone when it rang.
Hmm.
She always knew when somebody that she loved was sick without being told.
Yep.
Things like that. But she never would dig into her abilities. And she didn't really want us digging into ours either.
That was my mom.
So we all suppressed that. So that's kind of part of our golden shadow
Yep. I
was
was going to say part
reclaiming
of our
that we talked
shadow.
about earlier tonight was reclaiming the fact that we had gifts
Uh-huh.
and not feeling weird about saying it anymore or feel like you're trying to brag on yourself or whatever weirdness. It's just a thing. It's like saying I have brown eyes.
Hmm.
I do.
Imposter syndrome.
Yeah. I have white hair. I have clairsentience. It's just a thing. Sometimes I can actually hear them. But
I hear 'em.
sometimes they
That's just a
send
little
me,
weird.
sometimes they send me like snapshots, kind of, that's the best word I can think of to describe it. Just an image, a picture.
Hmm.
Sometimes it'll be of something that actually happened, but usually it's some kind of imagery that,
Symbolic.
yes. Hmm.
Symbolic imagery.
Yeah, sometimes it's like that. Most of the time, it's just information. I
Uh-huh.
just get, sometimes it comes in so fast I can hardly keep up with it. But yeah, it's different. I mean, it's strange, but it's okay. I've gotten used to it and I rather like it now. It used to just bother me. How could I possibly know that? Or, there's no way I could know that. Well, no, there wasn't. But spirit decides what it is that I need to know
What you don't
and
know.
gives me the appropriate information. So,
Go back to trusting your intuition that we talked about earlier.
exactly.
That gut feeling you
Believing
can't
in
quite put your
yourself.
finger on. That's something you listen to.
Exactly. We have that for a reason. Animals have it. Nobody thinks
Mm-hmm.
twice about it. Animals use that sixth sense. They use that intuition, that energy reading all the time.
Familiar. That's
Uh,
what familiars are about.
Audrey can tell you, Brutus, if she even raises her voice, or me for that matter, just a little bit, he's out of the room, off to his crate. He'll just go get in his crate. It's like, I'm out of here. I'm not doing this.
Yep.
And nobody's talking to him. Nobody's really angry or anything like that. But he feels it. He feels energy really strongly.
Uh-huh.
And if it starts to switch, yeah, with Braden's energy, Brutus is like, yeah, nope, not doing this.
Mm-hmm.
I'm out of here. And he's gone.
And I have two cats that protect me. I got one that sits on top of my house.
God, this summer?
Yeah, in the summer. All
Holy
year long, he sits on
Toledo.
top of the house. Doesn't matter if it's summer or winter. He'll go sit on top of the house and watch.
Getting Birch's little paws off?
Nope.
Good grief.
I hear him in the middle of the night coming
That's
down
a
about
cat on a
4
hot
5
tin
o'clock
roof
in the
for
morning to
sure.
get fed.
Cat on a
But
hot tin
they're
roof.
my familiars. And we also have animal contracts. People don't know that either. Sometimes there's animal contracts. Like you have a soul contract when you come to Earth. Some animals have contracts.
That's how Brutus and I got together. Was I just had this feeling that I could not shake one day, that I needed to go to Flagler County Humane Society Rescue.
Mm-hmm.
I needed to go there. I didn't understand why. I put it off pretty much all day, and finally I just gave up because I could not shake it.
Yeah.
And I just told my daughter, "Get your shoes. We're going to the Flagler Humane." And she said, "Are we taking my dog back?" We're not dropping Winnie off. I said, "I have to go there. I'm supposed to look at a dog." So I looked at their site and I looked at the dogs, and there was one that I thought that I was supposed to go see, but that didn't click with him at all. He wouldn't even come forward to the door of
Great
the crate. It's not really a crate, the kennel
age.
that
Yeah.
they're in. And I came around to Brutus, and it was just like
Love at first sight.
he's met. Yeah, I he was right up there and tail wagging and had just the perfect energy, so balanced. All the dogs were in there, going crazy and barking their heads off, and not this one. He's sitting there, tail wagging, chill as you know what. And, I sat down next to the door of the kennel, and he just smushed himself as close as he could get to where his fur was sticking out through the wires,
Uh-huh.
and touching me. And we were, touching each other.
Yeah.
And I knew that that was my dog.
Yep.
That was the one. I told my husband, he said, "Well, what if they don't let us adopt him?" I said, "I don't know, because that's the dog."
Yep.
I said, "That is the dog."
I have twin cats.
So, yeah.
Male and female. Tuxedo black. Did you know that black cats that have white on them, that's considered gray hair? They were born without pigment. All black cats are black, supposed to be
Oh, really?
black. There's a pigment in their skin that's different. They're all born black and they develop the color. I
I know
didn't
that
know
my
that.
Brutus has some clear toenails,
Uh huh.
and he has some black toenails, and he has some that are black on one half and clear on the other. It's weird.
His toenails are longer than mine. That's saying something. You've seen mine.
Yes, his nails are too long, but he will not let us cut them, so he's going to have to be sedated.
Yep. He's a good doggy.
He is, but his nails are sacred. That is holy, and you are not allowed to touch. Mm-mm. Nobody's touching his toenails.
It's amazing how our familiars act, isn't it?
Yeah, he's very particular about his toes. I can do anything else to him, but not toenails.
Just like they say, when a cat comes up and lays on your chest, they're taking the negative energy from you and they're giving you positive energy back. And they absorb it. And it's not just with cats, it's with any animal.
Yeah.
Any familiar that you have, they do things like that for you.
Yeah, that's a cool thing that Brutus does too. When you're upset about something,
Uh huh.
he will come up and hug you. He will
Mm
literally put his arms, you've seen him do it. He'll literally
hmm. Yep.
put his arms around you. Or if you're seated, he'll come up and put his head right on your chest.
Uh huh.
He knows.
Yep. That's a sixth sense they have.
hmm That is them using their instincts, using that energy reading ability that they have.
Uh huh.
And we all have it. That's the thing, is that it has been trained out of us,
Out of us.
guys. That's what we're
Program.
not thinking about. It's not that we don't have intuition. Every single person on this planet has intuition, and I will go to my grave believing this. Now, that doesn't mean it's all the same degree. It's not. But that's because some of us are more in tune. We're more aligned and in balance with our intuition than others, and we don't suppress it anymore.
Yep.
We
If
let
you
that
think
flow.
about it, they don't have anybody to tell them it's wrong or bad,
No,
like humans do.
because all of the animals are doing it. And we used to all do this too.
Mm-hmm.
We used to all do this too. Humans did not always have language, guys.
Nope.
So we were using these instincts just like the animals did. We had to watch body language and pay attention to energy, the
Mm-hmm.
way things felt in the space. I can't
Yep.
say room because we weren't living in rooms then, but
Yep.
in the space that you were in, you can feel tension in the air. Everybody knows that.
Yep.
Who hasn't been in Walmart? Come on,
I
you know?
know.
Hey, Luna Lipscomb. Girl, where have
Hey,
you
Luna.
been? Shout out to Luna.
No kidding. Long time no see, Luna.
Girlfriend, hey. So yeah, if you want to talk, just type in the chat. Um, yeah, but who doesn't know when the air feels tense? Who doesn't know when a place feels happy and joyous?
Mm-hmm.
Good feeling. There's like
It's just, it permeates the space
A highly
when it's like
empathetic
that.
person is what they call empaths.
And there's different types of empathy too. That's
Yep.
what the clairs are about. So, but we all have this. It's within every single one of us. It's a matter of, well, for one thing, accepting that you have it, that it's already in you. It's not something you have to learn, but you do have to learn to trust it.
Yes.
You don't have to learn to do it. You're already doing it. You just don't know you're doing, or you don't believe in it. And when you get these feelings that something's wrong or that someone is hurting, and you don't even know them, maybe,
Mm-hmm.
but you can just feel the energy around them is almost palpable. You can cut the air you through it like a knife. It's just you have to get rid of the modern conceptions that we have.
Modern
They all
programming.
get it. Sorry, my eyes watering a little bit. You know that magic isn't real. That's all a made up thing. There's no such thing as intuition. That's just your imagination telling you this. No, it's not your imagination. Your imagination comes from a totally different place.
Mm-hmm.
Why do you think that they call it the gut instincts? Where do you feel that stuff in your body? Think about it for a minute. Just want to challenge you guys out there to think about where it is in your body that you get the sensation when something's wrong. I don't know about y'all, but I feel it in my guts.
Yep.
I don't know how else to say it. I just feel it in my middle that something's rotten in Denmark, you know?
Yep.
Something ain't right here. And I've learned to believe that when it happens.
Mm-hmm.
Or if I get a feeling off a person that that person is evil,
Yep.
and it makes the hair on the back of my neck stand up,
Yep. I
because that's
walk
what
the
it
other
feels
way.
like. Just every one of them. It just feels like every single one of them are all just standing on end. I know to trust that absolutely. Every time I've ever had that feeling, if it's been right.
Yep.
I've never been wrong about it. So I learned over the years, okay,
Trust
that's not my imagination. That is just an evil person. That's all.
it.
And I don't
Growing
know
up
why.
Southern Baptists, they program you to not talk about those things and to not believe in those things.
And not
The
trust it, but
Unity
that's all
Church is
from
the
the
only church
devil.
I found that they actually sell metaphysical books in their bookstore, like Silver Ravenloft
Yeah,
in the bookstore,
cool.
Raymond Buckland in the bookstore.
That's really cool. And hello to Mystical Maven Diaries. Thank you for joining us. Um, yeah, we're just talking about witch stuff. We're doing witch talk right now. We had a
Yep.
meeting earlier. It was about money, rice, and witchcraft. I'm sure you can see that on Carolyn's screen. But and then my small face down there at the bottom with fuzzy hair. But yeah, we're doing witch talk, and we're just talking about different things that people need to know when they're practicing witchcraft. And we've kind of run the gamut of quite a few different topics
Yep.
that people needed to know about. We talked a lot about protection magic tonight, and we've been talking about familiars. We've talked about, oh my goodness, what else?
Attachments,
Yes,
how to get rid of stuff in a house,
shadow
occult
work. We talked about
healing,
shadow
shadow
work,
work,
the
the
golden
golden
shadow.
shadow, as
Yeah,
well as the dark shadow.
yeah. How
And
it's
taking that
not scary.
programming and getting rid of it in order to be able to reunite your golden shadow along with your dark shadow.
It's about reintegration. It's about
Yep.
reintegrating these parts of ourselves that we have denied or repressed, um, suppressed, whatever, for years, and reclaiming that all back into the whole,
Hmm.
especially things that you've considered shameful or feel guilty about, things that
Anger, resentment.
yeah, all of it, all
Yep.
of it, everything that we have been told by people when we were little that was too loud or too much, or nice girls don't blank, or good little boys do this, or whatever. All of that has been suppressed or repressed or just pressed. I don't know.
I call it programming because
It
that to
is
me is what
programming.
it
It is a
is.
form of
It's
programming.
programming.
But
It's a form of programming.
it always is. As we raise our children, we're trying to instruct them and how
Hmm.
to do life in the
Yep.
future. I mean, that's ultimately what you're trying to do as a parent, is trying to teach your kids how to navigate the joys and the pitfalls of life,
Yep.
and trying to keep yourself as out of trouble and be a success as much as possible. And success means many different things to different people.
Hmm.
So that's what parenting is. I mean, we're trying to literally, just
I'm trying to teach them how to behave, trying to teach them how to
in
live
ways
life
that,
and
yes.
be around those types of people that will not accept gifts, that will not ever try to
Mhm.
accept them. They act like they don't exist.
And we often, try to keep them from getting hurt, which
Hmm.
sometimes in doing that as parents and trying to keep your kids from getting hurt, sometimes parents will try to tell you to suppress a part of yourself.
Yep.
Please try not to act so weird. It's one of the things I
Oh, I
used to
know. I was
do.
told I was different my whole life.
Yes, me too. Please just try to act normal,
Yep.
like I knew what that was. I didn't
Yeah. For
freaking
me,
know.
normal was being me.
Well, I
Whereas
knew it
to my
wasn't that.
parents, it
It
was
was
something
clear it
different.
wasn't. I was clear on the fact that it wasn't being me. I
Oh,
just
yeah.
wasn't never clear about exactly what it was that I should be doing or not doing. And I always just felt awkward. And so, some of it's usually all well intentioned
Hmm.
when we're raising our kids. I mean, I'm sure my parents didn't sit there and twiddle their fingers like Snidely Whiplash, twirl their mustache and think about different ways they could screw me up. No, I'm sure they were trying to just do the best that they could with the information that they had
Yep.
at the time to work with. And yeah, they made mistakes. And instead of looking at them like these giant, colossal villains that filled my childhood,
Hmm.
I started to see them as just human beings
Human
that
beings.
were just screwed up like me.
I
Oh,
mean,
yeah,
that's
they were
like
just
when I went into therapy, when I was on the shadow work, I was in therapy. And the reason why I did that is they say sometimes you need that. And it dawned on me finally that my parents did the best they could with what knowledge they had, but at the same time, there's a lot of things they did not teach me because of the fact that I was raised Southern Baptist.
exactly mine too.
So I was never taught a lot of things that I should have been. And knock on wood, my daughter, she's got it. She's got it going on. She's one of the best moms I've ever seen in my life.
That's
And
great.
I'm so glad that she's gotten out of just living by the golden rule. You have to live by these rules, and that's the way it is. And don't talk about it. Don't bring it up. Don't. That's all you hear.
That's how, to me, a little golden rule of mine is that that's how I know that I've done something right as a parent,
Mm-hmm.
as when I see it in my kids
Yep.
as a parent,
Mm-hmm.
how they're parenting. And then I go, wow, I really taught him something.
Yep.
Yay! I did something right. When they're better, if they're better parents than I was, then I
Yep.
succeeded.
Yep. That's the way I look at it.
And, if they're helping to break these generational curses, these generational traumas that we have in our backgrounds and our lineage,
Uh-huh.
you know, then more's the better. When I knew that, wow, and I talked about this on the shadow work class a little bit, but I think maybe it wasn't. Um, but when I saw my sons picking the girls they wanted to go out with or the girls they wanted to marry, was when I realized that I'd done well in teaching them,
Mm-hmm.
because they didn't just look at partners through little narrow parameters with blinders on and
Yeah.
everything. They looked at women as women and not as, oh, what am I trying to say? That's a collection of
Not
body
being
parts,
something different than they are.
you know? And
Non-judgmental.
so I have grandchildren from all different backgrounds and in different hues. And I love it. It just made me feel like, I got through and I did actually change some things. And
Mm-hmm.
I was so happy about that. That's another thing that I'm really proud of,
Yep.
is being, just knowing that in my part of the family line, that racist thinking that had been carried through, um, stopped with me.
Yes.
I stopped that and changed that for the generations going forward. And that gives me such a feeling of accomplishment. I think it's one of the biggest accomplishments of my life
Uh-huh.
personally, as being able to change that worldview for my kids and give them a broader view of people, and to teach them to judge people on the quality of their character and not on their gender or their sexual orientation or
Or
their
their
race or
race.
religion or cultural background or whatever, you
Mm-hmm.
know? Um, that's when
I'm
I
proud
knew
of the
that I
fact
had
that
been
my daughter's
successful.
able to talk to her daughters the way I really couldn't. I'm bipolar. And back when my daughter was growing up, they were throwing medicine at me left and right
Right.
that was not meant for my disease.
Hmm.
And now that I'm older and I'm on medication that I'm in remission from it, it's a whole different story.
Right.
And I'm proud of that fact.
Yeah, I'm a better grandma than I was a mom. I know that.
Yep, me too.
Maybe. I hope.
I hope.
Um, I'm more balanced than I was when I was younger and hormonal. But yeah,
And I found witchcraft when I was pregnant with my daughter. That's when I found it. And to be honest with you, that changed my worldview and it changed my life to the better.
I found out as I was about 15.
I mean, I
That,
had dabbled in it before then, but I'm talking about actually being initiated
right.
into it.
No, and I never was because I never joined a formal coven. But yeah, I dabbled in it and back and forth with that, for a long time. Just, coming to it and then pulling back because of religious indoctrination.
Hmm.
Did I say that right?
Yeah.
Yes, I think so. Yeah. So,
I mean, me being bipolar, I was bipolar when I was a teenager, and I told my Sunday school teacher about it. And she went to the preacher, and the preacher told me to just let sleeping dogs lie, don't say nothing to nobody. If God didn't want you to have it, He wouldn't put you through it. And I'm 12 years old,
oh boy.
you know? And that's a lot to hang on a 12-year-old.
Yeah, they think God wants me to suffer.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
Well,
And
yes
I
and
went through
no.
life actually believing that until I got older, and I was like, no, this isn't right.
The question is no, I don't think that God, however it is that you see deity, I don't think that suffering is I don't
Suffering
think
isn't
that's
the
the
end all, the
outcome
end
that
all
they're
be
looking.
all. Suffering is not the end all be all.
No, sometimes it's not even the desired outcome. It's not the means uh, is to an it is the means to an end. Sometimes you have to go through something in order for something better to come to you.
Yep.
Sometimes you do have to experience some type of adversity to be able to open yourself up to some type of blessing. That I do believe, but I don't think that suffering is exactly what they want you to do. I don't think they
Hmm.
want you to suffer, but sometimes I think we
You're gonna
need
have
to.
to in order to
We're
learn.
just going to have to, because that's part of life.
Yep, it's part of learning.
And you cannot really fully ever appreciate. I mean, with deep gratitude,
Uh-huh.
you can't appreciate the good things in life unless you have experienced some of
Yep.
that. You can't appreciate what it's like to have enough money to buy your groceries and pay your bills
Hmm.
every month and a little left over to go to the movies and a restaurant if you've never had to go without that.
Yep.
I've had times in my life where things were a lot easier. I've had times in my life
It's a
when
lot
things were
harder.
really, really hard. But those hard times have always made me have a glass
Half
half
full.
full. Or sometimes I just see my glasses full, whether other people perceive it to be that way or not,
Brad,
because
Brad
it may
Pitt
be
made a
full of things that
comment
they don't realize, you
that
know?
I read this in an article the other day. Brad Pitt made a comment that he's an eternal optimist and he sees things as half full. But the guy, one of his friends turned around, looked at him one day and said, "What is it half full of? Urine?"
Uh-oh.
So I was
Maybe
like,
sometimes,
okay.
maybe sometimes.
Yep,
But I think that it can be whatever you think. Well,
yep.
there's another rising phoenix on here with us.
Yes, I see that.
Well,
He's a
hello, rising
Sagittarius. He's
phoenix.
optimistic.
One,
Yes.
two, three, four. You've hit the mother lode. This is the sisterhood of the rising phoenix. So you found your people. We like the brighter side of things too.
Yes.
Hello.
Nice to meet you. But yeah, I just, whenever I read that, I was like, I have to remember that because that's going to come in handy.
My husband is a Cancer. Okay.
Hmm.
The crab. And he embodies that very well. He is
My
a
dad and your husband are so much alike, it's not even funny.
he
And my
is
dad was a
definitely
Scorpio, though.
he's definitely your glass half empty guy. I can sit there, I've got nothing good in my life. There's nothing worthwhile. I've said, really? Thanks.
What about me?
Thank you. And he's like, well, I'm not talking about you. And I said, well, actually, yeah, you are.
Yep.
You said nothing. What about your daughter?
Yep.
You have enough food to eat. You have a roof over your head. You have a job. You have a lot of things in your life.
Yep.
So appreciate what you have. It is important to be grateful. Gratitude.
Gratitude.
Oh my gosh. Being grateful for what you have makes all the difference in the world
There
with
is
your
a post
attitude toward life.
that I did about 2, 3 weeks ago on gratitude. If you go back and look through our memes and stuff,
Yeah.
you'll find it. I could repost it this week, but it is nothing but learning how to be grateful for what you have and ways that you can use your witchcraft in order to learn to be grateful for what you have.
Oh, yeah, that's cool. I like that idea.
So I'll have to
Yeah.
repost it this week.
That sounds awesome. I'm just, I feel lucky to still be here.
Hmm.
So, yeah. And I was grateful even before that. Um, I had a lot to be grateful even during my cancer journey. And you've been through cancer too. So, you know what I
Yep.
mean? I mean, you can, if you look for things in your life to be grateful for, you will have more than you can think about. I mean, you'll just look around and see, oh my God, yeah, that. I'm grateful for that. I'm grateful for that. I'm grateful for this over here. I mean, but
Hmm.
if all you see is what you don't have, that's all you're ever going to
That's
see.
all you're ever going to see.
And
That's all
see,
you're ever
that's
going
what
to know.
he's finally told me after being married for over 30 years that he said, well, I guess maybe I need to have more of your attitude about things. I'm like, really? Okay. So he's trying to see things differently.
That's
And,
always a good thing.
I think it's great because after all these years of just being pervasively negative, and I do mean it, God, I do mean it. He's finally embracing that, well, things cannot suck too.
Yep.
They can suck and they can not suck too. So right now, I'm grateful to have a vacuum cleaner that does suck.
That
Really
way
grateful.
you can
Got a
ride
new
it, right?
vacuum cleaner. Yeah. I had one Dyson for over 15 years. It's almost as old as Belle. And she's
Wow.
almost 20. And it
Wow.
finally gave up the ghost on us. And he decided instead of fixing it that we should just get another one. And so he found a sale and we got another Dyson. And yeah, it sucks. It's great. I love it. It about pulls the carpet right up off the floor. We got a rug down, over the
Uh-huh.
carpet in the living room, and it'll about take that rug right up. So yeah,
Wow.
it's awesome. So even having things that suck can be good too.
Yep.
That's what I found.
Okay, so the power of gratitude will take you far as you learn to
It will change your
appreciate
whole
what you
life.
have.
It'll change your whole worldview, change
Yep.
everything. And even if your life doesn't change one iota and you still get up and you eat the same breakfast and the same lunch and the same dinner, it changes the way you look at it all,
Yep.
the way you see everything, the way you view the world, your place in the world, everything. Everything shifts. And you can't go back to thinking the other way. It doesn't work.
It doesn't work for you anymore. You've outgrown it. When you start accepting that part, you've outgrown the old,
Yes.
and you can do nothing but transform. That's how we came up with the Sisterhood of the Rising Phoenix. We've
Yeah.
transformed so many times and come out of the ashes. That is just
Right.
amazing.
And that symbolism was important to her and important to me separately before we even knew each other.
Uh huh.
So, it all formed extremely organically, just out of that very thing, just the way that we see life and believe that in the power and the healing in transformation. It's not something to be afraid of. It's
Hmm.
something to embrace.
Yep.
Because, okay, if you're a gamer, look at it this way. If you're a gamer, you're leveling up.
Hmm.
Every time you go through a transformation, every time your world burns down in ashes and you have to rise from it again, you are leveling up.
Yep.
So don't look at it as a crash and burn. Don't
Yeah.
look at it as a failure. It wasn't a failure. It was just another step in your transformation.
Yep.
That bad relationship that you barely got out of with just a shred of self-respect and dignity like I had, when in my former relationship.
Hmm.
I I leveled up when I got when the courage to leave that. So yeah,
There's
those
an old
transformations.
saying that says water only rises to its own level. As you go to the
I've heard
beach,
that.
water will only rise to its own level on the beach. It won't go any higher.
Yeah.
So if you transform and you accept it, you go through it, you have no choice but to really go up.
You're going to rise to the next level.
Yep. And then the next wave that comes in, you're in the next level now.
You're going to level
It's
up
like
again.
raising your vibration when you do energy work.
That's very cool.
But I find it funny that Ron and my dad are so much alike.
Was he a
But like I
Cancer
said,
too?
my dad's a Scorpio, was a Scorpio before he passed.
Okay. Another
And
water sign.
he's another water sign. So I was going to say he's another water sign. And
They're
they have
always deep in
so
their
many things that
fields.
are like.
They're just, and it's also a negative sign.
Hmm.
And that doesn't mean anything bad. All signs are positive or negative. It doesn't mean that one is good and one is bad. It just means that's your polarity,
Yep.
right? And so he is a negative sign being Cancer. Well, I am both a Libra and Scorpio because I was born like
On the cusp.
almost completely dead center on the cusp. And I have equal aspects of both. And there's been times in my life I've been acting more out of a Libra headspace like I do now. And there's
Hmm.
been other times that I've acted more out of a Scorpio headspace like I did in the past when I was a lot more emotional and demonstrative and more in my feels than I am these days. I've more
Yeah.
balanced out. I've leveled out a lot
Yep.
since when I was younger.
And that's
But
what transformation does for you.
that makes me more of a neutral because
Hmm.
I have that positive and negative aspect. And
Yep.
I can be either one or the other, but I tend to lean towards the positive.
Yep.
I have a positive mindset.
Yep. Because
So,
that's the mindfulness we talked about earlier.
yeah,
Being
I've just
mindful
always
of
been
what you're
optimistic.
thinking. That's like, if you think about it, everything word you speak technically is a spell. And if you're
Yes.
constantly giving yourself negative feedback, you're constantly going to have that negative quote unquote spell there. Does that make sense?
Right. It's a negative manifestation is what it
Yep.
is. As you're projecting out into the universe and you're attracting that back.
Yep.
You're projecting negative out and you're attracting that in return
Yep.
because
Which,
that's
which
what you're
is
putting out there.
what is above is below.
Exactly. So, I project my positive mindset out in the world, and I get a lot of positive back. And, that always surprised him that things would turn out that way, that I would get these blessings and manifestations that he didn't understand. And I'm telling you, just like I was telling him, um, it's all about what you send out there.
Yep.
That's what you attract in return.
Yep. The law of attraction. Again, physics, science.
Hmm. Yeah, it really is.
That boomerang, once you throw it out, it comes back. The positive or negative is up to you. As you transform and you keep on learning and you keep on leveling up and you keep on your vibration higher and higher and higher, you'll get what you want and you'll get what you need too at the same time. It could be what you want and what you need could be the same thing. But if you're not looking for it and you're not trusting that's going to happen, you're not going to manifest it.
Some night on here, maybe we ought to get on here with some oracle cards or
Mm-hmm.
break out my Lenormand deck
Oh, your Lindemann deck is the bomb. That thing is so right, it's not even funny.
or get some tarot or something, or maybe I'm learning the cartomancy. Maybe I'll try that sometime. You never know. And
Uh-huh.
maybe just do some random readings or something
Yeah.
just for fun.
Yep.
Just it might not be for a person, maybe it'd be for a situation,
Yep.
and just see what happens. Yeah, it was crazy, that one that I did about your daughter.
Yeah, that was crazy. That deck is so right for it to be so old
Well, and
that
I'm
it's
old,
scary.
so I understand.
Well, I'm talking about the fact that it was what,
No, I'm
18th
old.
century? Isn't that
I
when it came
yeah,
out?
I love, I've always read books from that period, a lot of um Dickens and Henry James and Jane Austen and the Bronte sisters and Edgar Allan Poe, stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
I've always read that kind of stuff. So, I understand the language in the cards, and that's the most of it right there.
Yep.
I understand the symbolism
Symbolism.
because it's very old fashioned.
Yeah, it is.
And knowing, and not just understanding what the symbols are, but how they relate to today.
Modern time
Yeah.
as compared to
How
it
to
came
read
out in the
that
18th
for
century, didn't it?
something like that. Yeah. Yeah, I think it was 18th century, because it would have been, yeah, 17th century would have been the 1600s.
Yep.
So, yeah, it would have been the 18th
18th.
century,
But for it to
1700s.
be
Yeah.
cards from the 18th century, it's still relevant
Well,
today due to
colonial
symbolism.
times is what we're
Yep.
talking about. If we want to reference pre-colonial into colonial times, and then on into 19th century, the symbolism was still really valid up to the modern age, where we got different types of transportation and things, and technology. Before the technology boom is really what it is,
Yep.
industrial age, really. But yeah, but
The
it is a
fox from
very
that
accurate
the
deck.
fox
And
from
there's,
that deck is still a fox. He's still flying. He's still got a fox in your hen house.
yes, there's a fox, there's a snake, there's some things that you, and it still means exactly what you think it does. Snake is still a snake. Ring, meaning
Yep.
like a wedding engagement or something like a marriage, or refers to a relationship, rather, very
Yeah.
close. um, not just a relationship, but a love relationship
Yeah.
is a ring. And yeah, there's still things in there like that are that just go right, cut right through to modern times that still mean the same thing that they did. But of course, they use ship in there, which would today mean more like a plane.
Car, an
It would,
automobile,
yeah, it
plane.
would be a plane. The coach one would be more like a car.
Car.
They do have one that is that way, and a letter is more like a text or an
I was going to
email.
say that or an
Yeah,
email.
yeah, it would refer to something, some kind of electronic message. I would say today.
Yeah.
It couldn't actually mean a letter you get in the mail, but generally it would probably be a text
Generally
or
not.
email. But yeah, it's a really cool deck. If anyone ever wants to check it out, it's Lenormand, Lenormand. It's French, but the cards aren't in French. Normand. It's French, but the cards aren't in French. You can get Lenormand decks that are still in French, but they're not. Most of the ones that you buy here in the United States are, of course, are in English. And if you learn the symbolism, it's pretty easy to translate. A rider is a fast message. I mean, when you're getting a rider, that would be like more like a DM. I mean, it would be more like a Snapchat, something, an Instagram
Yeah.
message, something that comes really fast.
Yeah.
Um, because that means somebody is like writing in haste at your door. It doesn't mean today I wouldn't look at a writer and think, oh, that's just somebody driving over to see me. No, I would think that's somebody coming in a hurry. That's somebody that's got something that needs to be addressed like
Well, I
today,
told you
yesterday.
whenever you get your first deck in a coven, the person who initiated you or brought you in buys you your first deck.
Yes.
My person bought me a deck that was in French. So I learned on a Morgan Greer deck, the Star deck, on a French. I could not read it. I had to learn the symbolism. I could not read it, the book, because it was in a whole nother language. So I had to learn to look at the cards and see what they were and how it relates. And that deck has always stuck with me because it looks like people I know.
Well, she was a clever witch.
Mm-hmm.
Whoever gave you that deck was a clever
Yep.
witch because she wanted you to learn the symbolism and not memorize by rote what it said in the book.
Yep.
Because it doesn't always mean that exactly what it says in the book, because for different situations they can mean different things. You have to put it in context. And Lenormand's just the same. It has
Yeah.
context too. It'll have readings for like a financial situation. It'll have readings for a romance situation. It'll have readings for like a job situation, career situation. So it depends on what the person's doing, of course,
Uh-huh.
or just a general reading too.
Yeah.
There's general meanings as well, but you have to interpret a little bit different depending on the situation. And that would be one thing that I would like to know going into a read if I was reading somebody cold, would be just to kind of have an idea
What
maybe
they
of,
wanting
of
to
what.
ask.
Yeah.
Not necessarily telling you exactly what they
No
want to know, but
particulars.
give me an idea of where you want to go with that reading. What is it that you're trying to accomplish with that reading? Is what I always ask. What is your best outcome from this reading? And like we said before, we were talking about it earlier, don't go more than 3 months.
Right.
3 months is usually a benchmark because you make decisions every day that changes. That's why it's important to read your cards at least once a week or every other week minimum. That way you get an idea of what your patterns are too.
So bad about that. True confessions, yes. So bad about that. I need to. I'll be really good and I'll do like daily polls for a while. And then one day I was just like, just not having anything, just no energy. And then all of a
Yeah.
sudden, it's forgotten again.
Well, that goes a
You
lot
know
to
it?
do with chronic illness too. And you and I both
Yeah.
have chronic illnesses and chronic pain. So that has a
I'm
lot to
hiding.
do with
Yeah. It's
having the energy. And that's one thing I would like to cover one day is low
go up and
energy
down.
witchcraft,
Mm-hmm.
as well as chronic illness and witchcraft,
Mm-hmm.
because it's a real thing.
Absolutely. And you know what? Amongst the, I'd say across the spectrum of ages that I see in witchcraft, whether it's on this forum or any other,
Mm-hmm.
is that a lot of us tend to have either mental health issues,
Uh-huh.
chronic health issues,
Uh-huh.
some kind of pain issue,
Uh-huh.
or any combination of the above.
Yep.
But it's rare to find anybody that is perfectly healthy and
And
has no problems.
the sad part about it is with some religions, I'm not going to say necessarily Southern Baptist because it could be any religion, they don't take that into account. They think that your mental illness may be that you're possessed or that you are dealing with bad spirits and things like that.
Mhm.
But that's not the case. Once you start to realize yourself and once you get to know yourself, the psychology behind it says that you're going to move past it. And it goes back to the transformations
Mhm.
that we go through. Getting up, picking yourself up, dusting yourself off after you've had that initial rise from the ashes.
And oh man, giving yourself permission to be a human being.
Uh-huh.
That's what I tell anybody that I talk to that's going through a hard time or has chronic illness or going through cancer or whatever it is.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't have to be anything big,
Yeah.
any part of life. Give yourself permission to be human and therefore a fallible creature, not perfect.
Yep.
None of us are. We just aren't capable of it. Maybe if we used 100% of this brain that we have,
I was going to say if
maybe
we
we
use
would be
more brain
capable.
power, maybe.
But in this form, I don't think we're capable of perfection.
No.
We get pretty darn close sometimes.
Ascension and discernment are the things that you try to strive for
Mm-hmm.
by learning your spirituality. Not necessarily tomorrow.
Oh no, that's a long time thing.
Yeah, that's a long time, long term, like
That has to be
when you're
like
in your older age.
a life
When I say
goal,
older, I mean like in the
I mean,
80s, 70s, 80s, when you're going to pass away more than likely.
hey, are
In the
there people that
hundreds.
get there early? Yes. There are
Mm-hmm.
those rare souls that get there in their teens or 20s or 30s or 40s or whatever. Yeah, there are rare individuals who are capable of that at an early age. But most of us here on the planet trudge along and hope that we get there before the end,
Mm-hmm.
which is what Carolyn and I have been trying to do in our
Yep.
lives is get there before the end.
Yep. So I don't have to do it again.
I don't care if I'm 80 when I get there. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how long it takes. It just matters that you arrive. That's all. And if you get there, some people take that really straight path. The ones that get there early in their life, They take a very direct line towards discernment. But the rest of us take a more winding path or a more spiral type path or a looping and twisting path. I mean, we just hope that we make it.
Uh huh.
I'm just glad that I'm aware that I need to, you
Yes.
know? Because think of how many people are out there wandering around that don't even know that there are other levels,
Yep.
or believe that there's anything possible other than just being angry or anxious and frustrated and full of rage all the time.
Yep.
Gosh, who wants to be like that? I
Let's
don't.
be like that forever.
I don't.
I know I don't.
Where's the fun, man?
The
Where's the
awakening.
fun in
That's
that?
that's where the awakening comes in. Once you awaken yourself through that transformation of going through your first phoenix rising, do
Exactly.
you wanna you keep doing it or you just
Right.
become stagnant. And who wants to be stagnant?
No, no, I think that's death.
Yep,
Stagnation is just death. That's just, that would be my only excuse for stagnation in my estimation is death. Because I just want to keep moving forward. That's all I want to do. I just want to
yep,
keep moving forward in my life. It doesn't have to be perfect. It
yep,
doesn't have to be up to other people's standards. It doesn't have to be what anybody thinks it should be in any way, shape, or form because it's none of their effing business.
yep,
It's this is my journey. This is my path. It doesn't matter to anybody else because they're
hmm,
not on it.
yep.
I'm on it. I'm the only one that can be on it at one time.
The only thing I can do is share my experiences, and same thing with you. We can share our experiences that we've
Exactly.
gone through, and hopefully people will learn through that rather than having to go through it themselves.
Oh, yeah, like my don't jump onto the astral plane when you don't know what you're doing.
Yeah, don't do that when you don't know what it is. There's a problem with that.
Yeah, don't be 15 and jumping on the astral plane. No, not a good experience, folks. Not at all.
That's why I always like to start with the history of where something comes from when I educate people on things. Because if you understand where it comes from, you're able to move forward through it better than you would had you not had that education. And you're better making informed decisions that way.
Exactly. It's like, you know, armoring yourself before going into battle.
Mm-hmm.
Only this is spiritual armor and it's spiritual warfare.
Yep.
And the battle is your life, you know?
Uh-huh. Recognizing that is half the battle.
Mm-hmm. It really is. Like in the Matrix, you know,
Yep.
when they offer him the red pill or the blue pill.
Yeah.
Because once you once you take that pill and you're awake, you're not going back to sleep because it doesn't work
Mm-hmm.
like that.
Yep.
Once you become aware, you cannot become unaware.
Yep.
Just, you know, that's the warning. Once you accept the reality that really is the one that our ancestors, our way forefathers knew
Uh-huh.
in prehistory, the ones who used the actual stars and the heavens to rule their lives and to do mathematics
Navigate through it.
and to build Stonehenge and crap like that.
Hmm.
Go Beckly Tepe in
The
Turkey.
pyramid.
Look that one up.
Uh-huh.
the pyramids, things like that. This is what they used to navigate the oceans, even in daylight. It's incredible when you think about it.
Mm-hmm.
But they all believed in magic. They
Yep.
all believed in astronomy and astrology.
Yep.
And they didn't
They
need
used it in
computers.
everyday life.
They weren't on screens like we were, talking to people all over the world.
Uh-huh. Usually, and they only like what we were talking about before about how we can improvise really easily sometimes. They had to learn to improvise because they didn't have the
Absolutely.
modern conveniences that we have. We are lucky.
And lazy.
Yep,
We're
lucky
very,
and
very
lazy at the
lazy.
same time.
Humanity is lazy. We've grown lazy with technology.
Yep.
And we no longer consult the heavens. Good grief, I can't even see them. Most of the stars aren't even available to us where we are unless we are out in very rural areas because the lights from the cities and the towns are blocking our
Dim 'em.
view.
Yep. I'm lucky to go outside and see the sunrise and the sunset. There's so many houses out there now that you can't, it blocks it.
Yeah, you can't. You can if you go out to the ocean
Yeah.
where I live, but you can only see it one way, you know.
Yeah. I like
It's
going out when it's a
beautiful.
full moon to the ocean because I live about 20 miles away from the ocean. I live right outside of Charleston, South Carolina.
Right. And I live in Palm Coast, Florida,
Hmm.
and I'm about the same distance. Maybe
You're a little bit closer, I think.
maybe a little closer. Yeah, we're if as the crow flies, we're about 10 minutes from the beach. I'd say.
Yeah.
Of course, we can't do that, so it usually takes us about 20 minutes to get there. That's not very far.
Yeah.
You know, that's local. When you can get somewhere 20 minutes and back, that's local.
Yeah.
So I mean, we're close. I could go there every day if I wanted to.
Yeah. I
If
like
I had the
going when it's a
energy.
full moon out and the water looks like glass.
We ought to do that on a ritual some night. You in
Yes.
Carolina and me in Florida.
Yep.
That'd be pretty cool.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I saw a TikTok the other day where they were having a ritual in Charleston, and a lady was recording it from afar, and she's like, "What are they doing? Are they worshiping Satan?" And I'm like, "Oh my gosh!" And it was like Litha, but it wasn't Litha. It was another holiday. I can't remember which one it
Oh
was,
God.
but it was just a regular one of our holidays. And they were out there in a circle and
Of
doing what they
course.
do. But the way that she was commentating the whole thing was just like, lady, please.
Oh my God. It's just ignorance.
Uh huh.
It is. It's just ignorance. They just don't know better.
Mm hmm.
And you know, there was a time I didn't know better either.
Oh,
And if
I
I'd
will
seen
totally agree
something
with
like
that.
that, I probably would have been fascinated and wouldn't have wanted to look away, but would have felt terribly guilty. And
Witchcraft has allowed me a freedom that I've never had
oh,
before.
amen. Amen. And just so you know, amen literally means so be it. So
Yep.
it literally does.
Yep.
It's a Latin word. So yeah, it's I totally agree. It's just they just don't know. And but once your eyes are open, it's just like we were talking. It's once you understand, once you get something, you
Uh-huh.
can't ever,
Yeah, I
never,
know it.
ever fully not know it ever again. It's always somewhere up there, you
My
know?
mom's favorite saying has always been, be careful what you ask for, you just might get it. Because you can't go back once you know it.
No,
My mom has always told me that.
it's the truth.
Yep.
Your mama didn't
100% the
lie.
truth.
Nope, your mama didn't lie. That is the truth. There's no such thing as unknowing, unseeing, unhearing. You know, once you've experienced something, it is in your brain.
Uh-huh.
It's there, and it will never not be there again, unless you know you have some kind of tragic accident and lose your memories.
Yeah.
But that occasionally does happen to people, but not very many. So don't look for that to happen.
Mm-hmm.
Probably won't. I don't think there's a lot of people manifesting amnesia out there or anything. Well, there might be. You never know.
You
There
never
are a lot
know.
of things that I wish I could
I've
not
heard
know
I heard
again,
some
you
strange
know?
things before.
Yeah. There, yes, I have to say, I have to take that back. I have to eat those words with a spoon. There's been a lot of things in my life that I wish that I had never seen.
Uh-huh. Never known
A
about
lot of
ever in my
things,
life.
yes, never heard and never known of at all in any way, shape, form. And I'm not even going to list them on here because TikTok would shut us down if I did.
Oh
So
yeah. Oh yeah.
there are things, yes, there are definitely things that have been experienced that I wish I had never, ever, ever, ever known about. But it's okay, you know, because
It's part of the transformation.
yeah, yeah, it's all another thread in that tapestry
Mm-hmm.
that we're all weaving. I love that weaving image in witchcraft and in mythology, the image of our lives being woven
Mm-hmm.
and of the three fates that sew it, the one that snips the thread when it's
Yep.
done, and or one that threads the needle, one that does the weaving in, one that
Uh-huh.
snips the thread, I believe is the way it is
Yeah.
in Greek
Greek.
mythology. And all the different mythologies have a similar type of imagery. It's not always the same number of deities or whatever, but the symbolism of the life as being something that's woven, of weaving being a part of that is so old. It's archaic. And it
Uh-huh.
goes way back before the Greeks. It's into the Mesopotamian
Mm-hmm.
stuff, way earlier
Yeah.
than the Greeks even. It's far older than that because weaving is prehistoric, really.
Yeah. It goes back
So
to that weaving post I put out.
yeah,
It really made
gosh,
you think of that. Was it
don't even
Utu?
get me started about weaving and magic. I could talk about that all freaking day.
What is it? Utu and that her name?
Hmm.
Yeah. But back then, that's all they had. Or when we talked about earlier about okay, you can do divination by entrails. That's all they had then. They didn't have tarot cards and oracle
No,
decks and all that stuff. So they made the do with what they had.
right. And prophecy, you know, things like divination and prophecy, casting lots is a form of divination. We talked about that in our divination
Hmm.
series. And, you know, that goes back. They talk about it in the Old Testament. It goes far, far back. Like I believe it talked in Genesis itself.
Uh-huh.
Genesis, yeah, I believe it was Genesis. Yeah,
Yep.
they mentioned casting lots. So I mean it, and that is really, really old.
Yep.
So all of this goes way back. It's archaic.
Yep.
These things have been like woven into our DNA. It's a part. Weaving is how language traveled. That's how we got our words.
Uh-huh.
Was that they were literally formed around weaving and around the process of weaving. The language would travel to another location with the technology.
Yes.
As people were picking up this technology of weaving cloth, and
Uh-huh.
it was just this eureka thing. Can you imagine? You know, we don't have to rely just on pelts. You know, we can
Yeah. I was
actually
gonna
take
say,
these
even when they
products.
killed an animal and
Yeah.
they sacrificed it to a god, whether it be the Judeo-Christian god or any god.
Yes. Or and showed gratitude to the
Yes.
animal for the sacrifice of
Sacrifice
its
that they put
life.
in.
Yeah. This stuff is so old. And I love that. I mean, magic and weaving were intertwined literally, and people would, and I've talked about this before, would just literally weave spells into their cloth
Yep.
as a means of protection.
Their pelts, whenever they took it from the animals, that same thing, the gratitude for that. I
Mhm.
mean, they didn't waste anything.
No, that you know that's where a lot of our Sabbats come from too. When you think about it, is out of these customs of farming and you know the sowing of crops,
Mm-hmm.
the reaping of crops, you know the making of crafts,
Yep.
and you know out of the products of their not out of the agriculture but out of the herding. And what am I trying to say? Oh gosh, sometimes my brain thinks way faster than my mouth, and my mouth
Uh-huh.
can't catch up. But anyway, it came out of hunting and gathering.
Hunting and gathering.
That
Yep.
is, as far back as that, when people learned agriculture, they learned to gather and they learned to plant, and they figured out that if they gathered seeds from plants and they planted them,
Mm-hmm.
at the certain times that they would grow, and they could control that.
Yep.
They could control how much they had that way
Yep. And
and
they had to make
not
sure they had
worry
enough
about
for winter.
starvation. All of
Yep.
our customs and festivals and things come out of this.
Yes.
This survival, human survival. And magic was a part of every bit of that.
Mm-hmm.
And that part of our history has been pretty much just
Wiped out.
it's been just dusted under the rug. It drives me crazy.
Humans have picked and chosen what they want you to know.
Oh yeah, cherry picked
Cherry picked.
what
I
they
mean, look
want you
at
to
the
know.
Bible, the Judeo-Christian Bible. That's not all the books that are in the Bible.
No, there are so many other books, and they're good
Mhm.
ones too.
And they're still finding them. They are
Interesting.
still finding them
They're still
in
finding them. Yeah,
jars, in deserts and stuff.
yeah, absolutely. So information has been cherry picked for humanity. History is literally the words his story. That's
Yep.
where it came from. That's literally where it came from. Meaning, and that, and his story was the story of the victor. You only heard one
Yep.
side of the story.
Yep.
And our American history is the same.
Yep.
And all of this has been whitewashed out, usually by literal white people. I'm one of them. Okay. That's fine, but our history has been whitewashed, and
Yes.
we have only gotten what the people who were in power wanted us to know, his story.
Yep. And you look at
You know?
at things today. I mean, they're still picking and choosing what they want you to know.
Uh, We're literally fighting over it right now in our Congress. They're literally fighting over that. They want our textbooks that our kids are getting in school to go back to being what they were when Carolyn and I were in school,
Yeah.
with the truth edited out of them
Yes. Yes.
to
They
a
don't want to
great
teach
degree.
diversity. That's like there is an issue here with, there is a teacher in one of the counties here that is transgender.
Mhm.
And people are having a cow about it. And
I'll
I'm like,
bet.
leave it
Why?
alone. Why?
What does that have to do with
They don't want
anything?
that person to teach their children. And I'm like, why? You know? If they know the subject and they're good, they don't want to teach diversity. And like I told my daughter, I said, they want the parents to do that, but parents aren't equipped to do it.
Forget about diversity for a minute.
Hmm.
Forget about that aspect of it. They they want to edit
Yeah.
the content that nobody wants to address this issue. They want to argue about inclusion and all and everything else, which I am for, by the way. I I am for diversity, right?
Uh-huh.
But I think the focus is too much on that and not about the actual content of what's being taught.
Oh, yeah.
Look at that issue, please.
Uh-huh.
Let's address that. Let's not just address the history of the victors in every situation.
Yes.
Let's not just talk about Columbus without talking about what happened as a result of him
Yes.
being there and what he did to those people,
Hmm.
intentionally and unintentionally.
Yep.
Both.
Indigenous people to North America, you think about it, they worship the great spirit. I mean,
Well,
they had astrology, like you said, they used that. Their temples were built around astrology. They
right.
were built around the seasons. Just like we celebrate our seasons, they celebrated their seasons. The Celts with the fire festivals,
Yeah.
I mean, they actually would take their livestock and go through and pick out, like you said, with a gratitude. Thank you for giving me this gift of food for the next 6 months when there is no food.
Exactly. Because you were going to be grateful for that, believe me.
Oh, yeah. But,
We've
and
forgotten
I
how to
don't,
be grateful. That's, coming in a gigantic, spiraling, crazy circle. We have forgotten how to be grateful
and it's funny
as
how
as
different,
humanity, the
yeah,
totality of us. We've
it's
just
funny
forgotten how
how
to be
different
grateful.
figures in history has used witchcraft and magic. Like, and I don't mean this, please don't take this the wrong way, but like Hitler, he had people that were doing metaphysical stuff left and
Oh
right.
yeah. Oh yeah, he was big into the occult.
He was big into the occult. Look at Aleister Crowley. He was big in the occult. He was a nut. So was
Yeah.
Hitler. But they were so big into the occult that that was whitewashed, all of it.
Nobody talks about it.
No.
Nobody talks about the role of magic throughout any time in history.
No.
That's completely left out. We only deal with the
The
hardcore
Aztec,
facts.
the Aztec people, look at them.
Yeah.
They worship the sun. They use the
Hmm.
stars. Their temple were built around stars. And
Everybody's temples were built
yeah,
around the stars when you come down to it. When you get that old, yeah,
yeah,
that's what people used. That's how they developed math and everything. It was in their studies of the heavens. That's what
uh-huh.
led to all of that.
And they won't put those in textbooks.
No,
No, because that's going to require you to believe in something that they don't want you to believe in.
that's why Nostradamus is left out of textbooks.
Mm-hmm. Yep. He came forward with his predictions. But do you know how many people were actually running around with secret books on magic? They would have their own printing presses, and they would actually have magic books printed. But
Yeah,
you couldn't get caught with them. That's why they had the witch's alphabet, so you didn't get caught. If you got
right.
caught with it, then
Then
they
nobody
didn't
would be able to read
understand
it.
it. They couldn't read it. That's why you learned the witch's alphabet.
Right. And you learn how to make sigils
Yep,
using the witch's alphabet.
yep. So if you got caught with it,
So
nobody
they
could read
weren't
it.
all some kind of mark of the devil. Sigil is just like it's almost, oh, it can be like a brand of ownership, but it also you can use it that way, or you can also there's a spells can be woven into sigils as
Mm-hmm.
well.
Yep.
I mean, but it's not. It doesn't make it bad.
Yeah.
It just is what it is. It's not good or bad. It
Bad.
just is.
Is.
It's
It's
just
energy.
it's
Magic
just
is
a
energy.
thing. It's
Everything
not
is
a
made of energy, no matter what it
right.
is. It's scientific. That's why I find it funny with the astral plane. They have actually done scientific tests on people to show that they have gone out of their body, but they will not recognize those those tests that people have done.
Don't get me started about what the American government does in secret
Oh,
too, and all their paranormal and occult studies
uh-huh.
that nobody knows about. They really do.
Oh
They
yes.
have
Magna has
these
witches.
they have these people too. They uh, they don't call them witches, and I can't think of the word for some reason, but they're
Uh-huh.
far seers. They're
Yep.
oh my god,
They used to do tests when
not
during wartime with
clairkinetic.
people with
It's
remote viewing.
remote
So
viewing. That's what it
yes,
is. Remote viewing,
yes.
far seeing.
Yep.
I was saying it, but I just wasn't saying it right.
Remote
Remote
viewing.
viewing. That's what I've been trying to say all night long. Thank you, Carolyn. You got it out of my head finally. That's what it is. Yes, our federal government has done experiments and remote viewing for decades.
Yep. During wartime, they actually used remote viewing.
They sure did. And after that, it was
Uh-huh.
all through the blue book.
And people talk about the spiritualists. Spiritualists believe in magic. They used to have seances.
Hmm.
All of that. And that religion's pretty much gone underground or turned into something else. It's no longer around.
Yeah, you know.
They believed in psychics. I mean, my great aunts were psychics, and my grandmother her aunts were psychic, and she was told that if she had anything to do with her aunts, that she would be disowned from the family, that the Christian religion was the only religion she was to believe in.
That's pretty much what I was told too. And that, because, well, they called it ESP in my day.
Yeah,
They used to call it ESP. And that was just a blanket term for,
yeah.
extra
Psychic development.
sensual perception. Anything outside the five senses is what it was.
Yeah.
Having the sixth sense, if you've heard of that, anyway, that's what they called it. And you couldn't talk about that. And I kept
No.
asking my mother about it, and she would shut me down cold. And I'd tell her, you always know it's daddy when the phone rings. And she just, we don't talk about that.
Yeah.
We believe in God.
Yep.
So it was just like, we don't talk about that. We believe in God. And it's like, oh, I can't talk about that and believe in God at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
So that was the message that went into my
That was the
brain,
message that I got. And
that
you and
I
I grew
couldn't,
up a lot alike.
yeah, that I couldn't believe in God and talk about or think about any of those things that I was experiencing myself, like
Uh-huh.
having a conversation with my dead grandfather at the foot of my bed.
Yep.
When I was 10, I couldn't talk about that.
Yep.
I couldn't tell anybody about that.
I used to sleep with stuffed animals all around me because I would absorb energy from my family that was not positive energy. I
Hmm.
asked my dad one time, he had cancer and he passed away from it, but I asked him, I said, what made you marry my mom? Do you know what he told me? We were two underachievers who decided to get married and have children.
That's
I'm
really
like,
sad.
that's
That's so
sad.
sad.
That is really sad. It wasn't, we were in love, we got married, but it was, we were two underachievers and we decided to get married and have children.
Wow, Dad. That's so romantic.
I know, right?
Ah, oh my God.
The things that we find out. And I was just like,
I
now I
know.
understand why I didn't learn a lot of the things I should have because my parents did not know it.
Right.
The only thing they knew was religion.
Yeah, they couldn't lead me where they had either refused to go or never been.
Yep. And whenever you become an adult, and I believe this with wholeheartedly, when you become an adult, it becomes your responsibility to come to terms with that fact, not your parents' responsibility.
Right.
Because they can't be responsible for something they didn't know.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. That's what I was saying. They couldn't lead me where they had either never been
Hmm.
or completely refused to go.
Yep.
My mother knew that she had something. She knew she had a gift, but she refused to accept it or embrace it, I would say.
Acknowledge
She
it at
refused
all.
to embrace it. She just chose to ignore it and pretend it wasn't there.
That's what my grandmother did. My grandmother had a sixth sense, and she medicated herself so she didn't have to feel it.
A lot of people did that.
A lot of people did that back then.
Either that or they were put in asylums because people
Asylums.
thought they were crazy
Yep.
and they were told they were crazy. And that's really sad.
Yeah, especially when you look at the way asylums used to be.
And that's why I don't want things to go back to the way they used to be,
Mm-hmm.
because I don't think that they can. I believe that time is linear and that it has to move forward. It's compelled
Mm-hmm.
to move forward. That is the way it's designed
Yep.
for this world. I don't know how it is anywhere else, but for here, our time is meant to be linear for
Mm-hmm.
us in this plane of existence. And that's what we have to do, is keep moving forward. And a lot of people resist that. We're
Yes.
having a big argument in this country right now, which really revolves down to a group of people who agree that things need to keep moving forward, and then another group of people who argue that things need to go back
Back the way
to
they
a different
were.
time. And they can't, and they refuse to understand it or accept it.
Yep.
They want it so much that they can't see anything else. And then there's another group of people who seem to understand that things don't have a choice but to go forward, to keep moving in
Yep.
one direction. Now, it doesn't have to be a certain direction. I don't think that there's like this one path that things have to be on.
I think a lot of the
It's just,
problem that we have is the fact that we don't put fresh blood in Congress. We don't put fresh blood into Senate
no.
because they get in there, and the same thing with the courts. Once you're in for life.
Well, I don't know. I can't remember how many terms you can have as a senator.
Yeah. That
Um,
that's more control. That has a check and balance to it somewhat, but I mean, you have people who are voted for, and they just keep voting for the same person because they're there.
and they've always been there.
They've always been there, so they think they're doing an okay job. They're not actually looking at the job that they're actually doing, because what they're doing is everybody's looking in the past and not looking forward.
Right. But we can't stay in the past.
No, and time is a man-made concept. That's one thing you'll learn with the astral plane. The astral plane is fluid. It's
Yes.
not, there is no time there. It's
Yeah.
like the stars in the sky and the heavens. There is no time. So when you have no time, you can't put something, a concept, into a time frame. It's not going to work.
But for whatever reason it is, for human beings, I guess it's because it's the way our bodies are designed and the way the
Hmm.
animals around us are designed, and that we have this type of lifespan where we continually age to the point
Yep.
where we die.
Hmm.
And so we accept that for us, because of this, there is time.
Yep. That's like
And
control is a man-made concept also. There is
yeah,
really no such thing as control. If you think about it,
no, because the only thing you really have any control over is
is
yourself.
yourself.
That's the only thing in this world that we really control.
Yep.
Everything else that we think that we control, that's only a construct.
Yep.
We are only controlling it because we believe that we are.
Yep. And that's
And
something
I
they
know
teach
that
us in
probably would
mediumship
sound
classes that
crazy,
I've taken.
but think about it. Think about your car. People will go, I know I control my car. You
Yeah.
do to a point.
Hmm.
But then there's that thing in the road that you didn't expect,
Yep.
or that part that just decides to give out randomly
Mm-hmm.
that you didn't know about, and all of a sudden, who's in control? You or the car?
Yep.
Or maybe it's another vehicle or an animal or something that just comes out of nowhere and hits you
Yep.
randomly. So who's in control now?
Mm-hmm. And that's one thing that magic teaches you in a way that there is no time with magic.
Mm-hmm.
If you really think about it, there really is no time when you have magic because you don't know if that spell's going to last for a month, 2 months, 3 months, a year.
I think
You
it
don't.
lasts as long as the intention
Hmm.
continues.
That's
That is
exactly it.
that's my opinion.
Yes. That's exactly where I was going with that. You took the words right out of my mouth.
We frequently do that.
I know.
But yeah, it's the truth. I think as long as your focus is still on whatever was in that spell,
Hmm.
then that spell is going to be lasting because your intention is still there.
Yeah, that faith and that belief is still there.
Right.
That's going to work. And it goes back to what we were saying before about being faithful, being just being.
Right. I mean, it could be a love spell might be as long as you're still thinking and focusing on that person.
Uh-huh.
That's how long that spell will work. And a job spell, same thing. As long as you still your intention to find a job, I think that spell will continue to work for you.
Yep. As long as you do the work and
Or
you go out and put
protection.
in applications and you go to interviews and you do those types of things that you're supposed to be doing, if you don't do the work, it's not going to work.
Oh no. Mm-mm.
Manifestation works, but you've got to put in the work.
Absolutely.
I mean, when I manifested that $5,000, I did what was called the 369 method. You wrote it down three times a day, what you wanted in detail, and it came true. But I had to put in the work.
Right.
I had to write it out. I had to keep it on that level and make sure I had that faith and that belief in what I was doing.
So your intention was there.
Hmm. Correct.
Yeah.
My intention was there the whole time, and I believed it would work.
Yeah. That's what makes the difference.
Now, I will say that one part of the spell that I did was not correct because I said the mantra that I found had you would manifest $5,000 within 3 days. It took 7 days. That's why I
I
said
would
there is
not
no
be
such
picky.
thing as time. Huh?
I would not be picky. Not at
No, I
all.
wasn't. Believe me, I wasn't. But like I said, time is linear. It's a
Hmm.
man-made construct. You have to just believe it and let it go and know what's going to happen. If you don't have that belief, no one else is going to believe it. You're not going to get what you want. You're not going to get what you're trying to manifest because that's what manifestation is about. Your intention.
Well, everyone knows you can't sell something that you don't believe in yourself
Yep.
unless you are, well, a really good liar.
Yep.
Really good liar. Um, because I have to really, I could sell products that I believed in to anyone because of the confidence that you
Hmm.
have in what you're saying.
Yes.
I think it's what makes the difference. You know that what you're telling them is true, that it's worked for you, it's been there.
Hmm.
So, like my Dyson, I could talk up a Dyson to anybody
Yeah.
because it was a great vacuum. I sure spent less on vacuums in the like 17 years or so that thing lasted.
Yeah.
I could, it more than made up for the price.
Yeah.
I can't tell you how much I spent on vacuums up to that point. It
Yeah.
was a lot more than $500.
Every couple of years, you have to buy a new one.
Yeah, every year and a half to 2 years.
Now, back in the day, Sears and Roebuck, and tell you how old I am.
Oh,
Sears
yeah.
and Roebuck was a store for you young people who are out there. They had vacuum cleaners that lasted forever.
Yeah.
I mean, we're talking, my mom had the same vacuum cleaner for almost 30 years, and it was a Sears model,
Kenmore.
Kenmore. And that
When
thing
they say they
lasted
don't make
almost
them
30
like they
years.
used to, they really don't.
Nope.
Yeah, I remember. And J.C. Penney, was that Maytag?
Yep. I think it was.
It's
Showing my
either
age.
them or Montgomery Ward's.
Montgomery
Wish I were
Wards.
really old.
Wards, Montgomery Wards. Not pennies. It was Montgomery Wards. And nowadays you go and buy something and maybe it'll last you a year or two if you're lucky.
Oh, yeah.
And you're paying a lot more for stuff than what you used to.
Oh, yeah. And people just leave it out by the curb. That was
Yep.
unheard of when I was growing up. You didn't see people's appliances on the curb ever,
Yep.
ever. Nobody
Nope.
just threw stuff. You didn't see their furniture out there either.
Nope.
Nobody put their furniture out there on the
You would
Lord
give it to
help us.
somebody.
If my parents had put furniture, never.
Nope.
You just, but stuff lasted longer too. It was unheard of.
Yep. And I honestly believe the more you practice your witchcraft, the better you will become at confidence.
Mm-hmm.
And the better you become at holding that faith in what you believe in.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And that's where the confidence comes from, is the faith that knowing that what you're saying is true, at
Yep.
least for you. You can't
Hmm.
speak for anybody else, but from your experience, it's the truth.
Yep.
So I'm confident in what I'm saying because I know it's the truth. And like I said, the only people that I know that can do that, that aren't really confident, are really good liars.
Yes. Yep.
They
They
don't need
lie to
experience.
themselves.
Oh yeah, to the point that they believe it.
Yep.
Oh, and now I'm fiddling with my necklace because I realize that my chain is twisted.
Ah. I have to put mine back on. I took mine off when I went to the emergency room. And I
Again?
haven't put it back on. No, this is when I went before I broke my rib a few weeks ago.
Oh, I was going to say,
I had to take it off for them to
give that
do the
hospital a break.
yeah, I had to take it off for them to do the MRI. With the MRI they did, the CAT scan, whatever it
Oh,
was
yeah.
they did, and that stupid tube. So I had to take it off. I haven't put it back on yet. I feel naked without it. I have to recharm it, re-enchant it, because it's been off me too long. It's been, what, 3 or 4 weeks ago now? 4 weeks ago? 5 weeks
Yeah.
ago? Something like that.
Yeah, sometimes when I take them off have to take them off for a bit, I don't feel the same without them, you
Hmm.
know? It's weird. I feel almost naked without the jewelry on.
Hmm.
When I was in the ER, they were, how much jewelry are you wearing? Wait, my toe rings. Oh, I had to
Oh,
take everything. I had to get everything off.
yep.
Without getting my wedding rings off, and that was what was the most painful.
Yeah. I took all my jewelry off, and I just haven't put it back on yet. I feel naked. I always enchant my stuff to where I ward it. To be honest with you, is what I actually do with my jewelry. I ward my jewelry. So that if anybody touches my jewelry, they get sick. Seriously, I ward it. I ward my stuff
I love
to
it.
wear, and it's not just my jewelry. My book I write in. If you touch it, you're going to get sick without my permission. Unless you're one of my
And
granddaughters
now
who's 3 years old or 5, 7 years old, that's a different story. But if you're an adult and you touch my stuff, you're going to get sick.
that's hilarious. I should do that. I love it.
I ward my crystals the same way.
And now you all know that I really do cackle like a witch. I'm sorry. Mm, yeah.
But I enchant all my stuff. I ward it. I don't enchant it, pretty much I ward it.
I've done protective stuff on it, but I've never done that.
Yep, I ward my stuff.
Oh, that's great.
That goes back to my
I
first marriage
should.
with my ex. Well, he passed away now. My daughter's father. He used to go through my stuff, and I'll never go through that again.
I know both of our exes have passed away.
Uh huh.
I'm sorry. I should be laughing. I had my gummy already, though.
Yeah, you had your gummy.
Oh, I
You're
needed it
about
for
ready to
pain.
wrap this up. It's almost 1 o'clock in the morning.
Yes, and all I'm doing is giggling.
I know, right?
Oh, well, I was hurting. So,
I love doing this. I absolutely love doing this. It refreshes my spirit and it brings me
yeah.
up. And
Yeah,
if you
me
guys
too.
out there who are watching, if you have any questions, if you have any suggestions for us, please let us know. Just drop us a line on TikTok and say, I want to learn about soul contracts, or I want to learn about divination, or I want to learn about this or that. We
I
would
want to know how
appreciate
to
it.
ward my jewelry so people get sick.
There you go. I'll teach you how to do it.
You're on. I want to
Luna says she
know.
loves us. I
I love you too.
love you too, Luna. But if you guys don't mind, you can repost it, repost any of our stuff we have, like it, comment on it. We'd appreciate it. That way we know that you're out there and that you're enjoying what we're doing as much as we enjoy doing it for you.
We do. We do it for ourselves too, to be
Yes, we do
perfectly
it for
honest.
ourselves.
It's fun. Enjoy
Yes,
it. It's a good time. I enjoy doing it.
I
You know,
hate
we'd be
having to
doing
wrap it
this.
up.
Yeah, we'd be doing this even if it was just the two of us
Yeah.
without TikTok. I mean, we wouldn't care. It doesn't make any difference. This is what we'd be doing anyway.
You know how many times
So,
we stay on the phone till 2, 3 o'clock in the morning?
yeah, yeah, I
Just talking
do.
witchcraft.
Yeah, just having crazy conversations, whatever comes in our head,
Yep.
wherever the thread goes. And you guys got to follow us.
Blessed be
Blessed
for all
be.
of you. No. Blessed be for all of you joining us.
Yes.
We truly appreciate all of you.
Yep.
You guys made us feel welcome on TikTok, and we really appreciate it.
Sure do. It's been
I
fun.
don't regret switching over from Zoom to TikTok at all.
Nope. It's been cool. I've enjoyed it.
Yep. So, well, marry me,
Very
marry
fun.
part, and
And
marry
marry
meet
me
again.
again.
We'll be here next
Yep.
Thursday, 8 o'clock. We
Eastern
usually
time.
start about 8:20, so we give people time to come in and get
Yep.
everything together. So you know that we don't start exactly at 8 usually.
No, you won't miss anything but, some witch BS. That's about
At
it.
the end,
And
this
we'll
is what we
just
call
BS
witch
for a
talk.
while. Yeah, we'll just talk for a little bit and wait for everybody to come in, and then we'll get going, or as many as possible. Then we
And
get
I'm gonna
started.
post the
So,
memes from the slides from this week, so look for it. Our Monday Rice video we did a couple weeks ago is garbage because we had a storm come
oh,
through.
yeah.
Couldn't hear, couldn't talk on the live, so we reintroduced Money Rice in this particular segment tonight, as well as
Way
made the
earlier.
jar.
Way, way earlier. Way up front.
Yep. Well, it's been great. I do
Yes.
love you to death.
Me too. Love you.
Love you. And you have a good night, and all of you have a good night too. We appreciate every one of you.
Blessed
Have
be.
a good one. Blessed be. Bye bye.
Bye.